So let's read. We gathered here, in us, in this virtual group of ours, to establish a society, for we want to see a different kind of humanity than that which we see. To all those who are interested in following the method of Bala Sulam, what is the way and path of Bala Sulam? It's the path of how to climb the degrees of man. Man is one who's similar to the Creator, resembling the upper force, and not remain as a beast. A beast is considered that we are born, we live, and die without any self-benefit. It seems to us like our entire life we are seeing from the moment of our birth to the moment we die that this life has no benefit. Of course, we are engaged, busy in how we attain these feelings. If we didn't have the feeling of pain, we wouldn't even think about life. And because we are made of the desire to enjoy and the will to receive, we don't tolerate the pain, and therefore our entire life is just how to suffer less and maybe a little how to enjoy more. But eventually, and it's clear to us that the benefit from this is zero. It's only in order to every single moment of our existence, as much as possible, enjoy, and as little as possible, suffer. And this is how we exist. This existence is called beastly existence, because we're living within the body, and only with thoughts about the body we are thinking, and this is why that's what concerns us all the time. So if we are thinking about how to rise and climb the degrees of man and not remain as a beast, then we need for that the wisdom of Kabbalah, and it will help us climb above the beastly life and to discover something in us called an Adam, a man. And then what will come out of us is an additional creature, an additional animal, something spiritual that will be called Adam, one who resembles the Creator. And we will have the same existence like the Creator, eternal, whole, that will know from one end of the world to the other end, meaning all of reality, not just this world that which altogether in Kabbalah is called the imaginary world. We want to emerge out of the beast and to feel what it means altogether to be an Adam, something that exists above our life.
To understand man's merit, we shall now bring the verse from our sages about the verse, the end of the matter, all having been said, fear God and keep His commandments, for this is the whole man. And the Gemara asks, what is, for this is the whole man? Rabbi Elazar said, the Creator said, the whole world was created only for that. This means that the whole world was created for the fear of God. Yet we need to understand what the fear of God is, being the reason for which the world was created. From all the words of our sages, we learn that the reason for creation was to benefit His creations. This means that the Creator wished to delight the creatures so they would feel happy in the world. And here our sages said about the verse, for this is the whole of man, that the reason for creation was the fear of God. But according to what is explained in the essay Matan Torah, the reason why the creatures are not receiving delight and pleasure, even though it was the reason for creation, is the disparity of form between the Creator and the creatures. The Creator is the giver, and the creators and the creatures are the receivers. But there is a rule that the branches are similar to the root, from which the branches were born. And since there is no reception in our root, since the Creator is in no way deficient and needs nothing to satisfy his want, man feels unpleasantness when he needs to be a receiver. This is why every person is ashamed to eat the bread of shame. To correct that, the world had to be created. Olam, worlds, min he'elem, concealment. So that delight and pleasure must be concealed. Why is it so? The answer is for fear. In other words, it is so that man would fear using his vessels of reception, called self-love. This means that one should prevent oneself from receiving pleasures because one craves them, and should have the strength to prevail over the craving, the object of one's desire. Instead, one should receive pleasures that bring contentment to the Creator. This means that the creature will want to bestow upon the Creator and will have fear of the Creator, of receiving for oneself, since reception of pleasure, when one receives for one's own benefit, removes him from cleaving to the Creator. Therefore, when a person performs one of the commandments of the Creator, one should aim that this commandment will bring him pure thoughts, that he will bestow upon the Creator by keeping God's Mitzvot. It is as our sages said, Rabbi Hananiah ben Akashia says, the Creator wanted to cleanse Israel, hence he gave them plentiful Torah and Mitzvot. And this is why we gather here, to establish a society where each of us follow the spirit of bestowing upon the Creator. And to achieve bestowal upon the Creator, we must begin to bestow upon man, which is called love of others. And love of others can only be through revoking of oneself. Thus, on the one hand, each person should feel lowly, and on the other hand, be proud that the Creator has given us the chance to be in a society where each of us has but a single goal, for the Shekhinah to be among us. And although we have not yet achieved this goal, we have the desire to achieve it. And this too should be appreciated by us. For even though we are at the beginning of the way, we do hope to achieve the exalted goal.
Purpose of Society 2. Since man is created with a kli called self-love, where one does not see that an act will yield self-benefit, one has no motivation to make even the slightest motion. And without annulling self-love, it is impossible to achieve dvekut with the Creator, meaning equivalence of form. And since it is against our nature, we need a society that will form a great force so we can work together on annulling the will to receive, called evil, as it hinders the achievement of the goal for which man was created. For this reason, society must consist of individuals who unanimously agree that they must achieve it. Then, all the individuals become one great force that can fight against itself, since everyone is integrated in everyone else. Thus, each person is founded on a great desire to achieve the goal. To be integrated in one another, each person should annul himself before the others. This is done by each seeing the friends' merits and not their faults. But one who thinks that he is a little higher than his friends can no longer unite with them. Also, it is important to remain serious during the assembly so as not to lose the intention, as it is for this aim that they have gathered. And to walk humbly, which is a great thing, one should be accustomed to appear as though one is not serious. But in truth, a fire burns in their hearts. Yet to small people, during the assembly, one should be wary of following words and deeds that do not yield the goal of the gathering, that thus they should achieve dvekut with the Creator. And concerning dvekut, see the essay Matan Torah. But when one is not with one's friends, it is best to show nothing of the intent in one's heart, and appear to be like everyone else. This is the meaning of walk humbly with the Lord your God. While there are higher interpretations of that, the simple explanation is also a great thing. Hence, it is good that there will be equality among the friends who unite, so one can be annulled before the other. And there should be careful watch in the society, disallowing frivolity, since frivolity ruins everything. But as we have said above, this should be an internal matter. But when there is someone who is not from this society, no seriousness should be shown, but to equalize with the person who has just come in. In other words, avoid speaking of serious matters, but only of things that suit the one who has just entered, who is called an uninvited guest.
Okay, so concerning love of friends. 1. The need for love of friends. 2. What is the reason I chose specifically these friends? And why have the friends chosen me? 3. Should each of the friends disclose his love for the society, or is it enough to feel love in one's heart and practice love of friends in concealment, and thus not need to openly show what is in his heart? It is known that being humble is a great thing. But we can also say the opposite, that one must disclose the love in his heart toward the friends, since by revealing it, he evokes his friends' hearts toward the friends, so they too would feel that each of them is practicing love of friends. The benefit from that is that in this manner, one gains strength to practice love of friends more forcefully, since every person's force of love is integrated in each other's. It turns out that where a person has one measure of strength to practice love of friends, if the group consists of 10 members, then he is integrated with 10 forces of the need and to understand that it is necessary to engage in love of friends. However, if each of them does not show the society that he is practicing love of friends, then one lacks the force of the group. This is so because it is very hard to judge one's friend favorably. Each one thinks that he is righteous and that only he engages in love of friends. In that state, one has very little strength to practice love of others. Thus, this work specifically should be public and not concealed. But one must always remind oneself of the purpose of a society. Otherwise, the body tends to blur the goal, since the body always cares for its own benefit. We must remember that the society was established solely on the basis of achieving love of others, and that this would be the springboard for the love of God. This is achieved specifically by saying that one needs a society to be able to give to one's friend without any reward. In other words, he does not need a society so the society would give him assistance and gifts, which would make the body's vessels of reception content. Such a society is built on self-love and prompts only the development of his vessels of reception. As now he sees an opportunity to gain more possessions by his friends assisting him to obtain corporeal possessions. Instead, we must remember that the society was established on the basis of love of others. So each member would receive from the group the love of others and hatred of himself. And seeing that his friend is straining to annul his self and to love others would cause everyone to be integrated in their friend's intentions. Thus, if the society is made of 10 members, for example, each will have 10 forces practicing self-annulment, hatred of self, and love of others. Otherwise, one remains with but a single force of love of others, since he does not see that the friends are practicing it, since the friends are practicing love of others in concealment. Moreover, the friends make him lose his strength of desire to walk the path of loving others. In that state, he learns from their actions and falls into the dominion of self-love. 4. Should everyone know his friend's needs specifically for each friend, so he would know how he can satisfy them? Or is it enough to practice love of friends in general?
The article, Love of Friends. And a certain man found him, and behold, he was wandering in the field. And the man asked him, saying, "What are you seeking?" And he said, "I seek my brothers. Tell me, I pray you, where they are feeding their flock." A man wandering in the field refers to a place from which the crop of the field to sustain the world should spring. And the work of the field are plowing, sowing, and reaping. It is said about that, "They that sow in tears shall reap in joy." And this is called a field which the Lord has blessed. Baal HaTurim explained that a person wandering in the field refers to one who strays from the path of reason, meaning he does not know the real way which leads to the place he should reach, as in an ass wandering in the field. And he comes to a state where he thinks that he will never achieve the goal he should achieve. And the man asked him, saying, "What are you seeking?" Meaning, how can I help you? And he said, "I seek my brethren. By being together with my brothers, that is, by being in a group where there is love of friends, I will be able to mount the trail that leads to the house of God." This trail is called a path of bestowal. In this way is against our nature. To be able to achieve it, there is no other way but love of friends, by which everyone can help his friend. And the man said, "They are departed hence." And Rashi interpreted that they had departed themselves from the brotherhood, meaning they do not want to bond with you. This in the end caused Israel's exile in Egypt, and to be redeemed from Egypt. We must take it upon ourselves to enter a group that wants to be in love of friends. And by that, we will be rewarded with exodus from Egypt and the reception of the Torah.
They helped everyone his friend. We must understand how one can help his friend. Is this matter specifically when there are rich and poor, wise and fools, weak and strong? But when all are rich, smart, or strong, etc., how can one help another? We see that there is one thing that is common to all, the mood. It is said, a concern in one's heart, let him speak of it with others. This is because, with regard to feeling high-spirited, neither wealth nor erudition can be of assistance. Rather, it is one person who can help another by seeing that one's friend is low. It is written, one does not deliver oneself from imprisonment. Rather, it is one's friend who can lift his spirit. This means that one's friend raises him from his state into a state of liveliness. Then one begins to reacquire strength and confidence of life and wealth. And he begins as though his goal is now near him. It turns out that each and every one must be attentive and think how he can help his friend raise his spirit. Because in the matter of spirits, anyone can find a needy place in one's friend that he can fill.
The rule of the friend as thyself give us. What does the rule, love thy friend as thyself, give us? Through this rule, we can come to love the Creator. If this is so, what does keeping the 612 mitzvot, commandments, give us? First, we need to know what a rule is. It is known that a collective, a rule, or klal, consists of many individuals. Without individuals, there cannot be a collective, a rule. For example, when we refer to an audience as a sacred audience, we are referring to a number of individuals who have gathered and formed a unit. Afterwards, a head is appointed to the audience, and this is called a minyan, a 10, or a congregation. At least 10 people must be present, and then it is possible to say kedusha, the part of sanctity in the prayer, at the service. The Zohar says about it, wherever there are 10, the Shekhinah, divinity, dwells there. This means that in a place where there are 10 people, 10 men, there is a place for the dwelling of the Shekhinah,
the revelation of the Creator.
It therefore follows that the rule, love your friend as yourself, is built on the 612 mitzvot, commandments. In other words, if we keep the 612 mitzvot, we will be able to achieve the rule, love thy friend as thyself. It turns out that the particular elements allow us to achieve the collective. And when we have the collective, we will be able to achieve the love of the Creator. As it is written, my soul yearns for the Lord. However, one cannot keep all 612 mitzvot alone. Take, for example, the redemption of the firstborn. If one's firstborn is a girl, he cannot keep the mitzvah of redemption of the firstborn. Also, women are exempted from observing time-dependent mitzvot, such as tzitzit and tefillin. But because all of Israel are responsible for one another, through everyone, they are all kept. It is as though everyone keeps all the mitzvot together. Hence, through the 612 mitzvot, we can achieve the rule, love thy friend as thyself.
Article Love a Friend Too, from Rabash. Love thy friends as thyself. Rabbi Akiva says, it is a great rule in the Torah. It means that if one keeps this rule, all the details are included in it, meaning it is taken for granted that we will come to the particulars effortlessly, without having to work for it. However, we see that the Torah tells us, what does the Lord seeketh of thee? To fear me. Thus, the primary requirement from a person is only fear. And if one keeps the commandment of fear, all the Torah and mitzvot, the commandments, are contained in that, even the commandment, love thy friend as thyself. Yet, according to the words of Rabbi Akiva, it is the opposite, meaning fear is contained in the rule of love thy friend. Moreover, according to our sages, the meaning is not as Rabbi Akiva says. They refer to the verse, the end of the matter, all having been heard, fear God and keep His commandments, for this is the whole man. The Gemara asks, what does it mean, this is the whole man? Rabbi Elazar said, the Lord said, the whole world was not created but for this. However, according to the words of Rabbi Akiva, it seems that everything is contained in the rule, love thy friend. Nevertheless, we find in the words of our sages that they said, faith is the most important. They said that Habakkuk came and declared that there is only one. The righteous shall live by his faith. The Maharasha interprets, the thing that is most conclusive for any person from Israel at any time is faith. In other words, the essence of the rule is faith. Accordingly, it turns out that both fear and love thy friend are contained in the rule of faith. If we are to understand the above, we must examine closely the following. 1. What is faith? 2. What is fear? 3. What is love thy friend as thyself? The most important thing is to always remember the purpose of creation, which is known to be to do good to His creations. Thus, if He wants to give them delight and pleasure, why are these three above matters, faith, fear, and love thy friend? It means that they need only qualify their vessels to be able to receive the delight and pleasure that the Creator wishes to give the created beings. Now, we must understand for what these three above mentioned things qualify us. Faith, confidence included, gives us a preliminary belief in the goal, which is to do good to His created beings. Such also we must also believe with certainty that we can promise ourselves that we too can reach that goal. In other words, the purpose of creation is not necessarily for a select group. Rather, the purpose of creation belongs to all creations, without exception. It is not necessarily the strong and skillful or the brave people who can overcome. Rather, it belongs to all the created beings. Examine in the introduction to Tess, where the Midrash Rabbah is quoted, this is the blessing. The Creator said unto Israel, regard the whole wisdom and the whole of Torah are easy. Anyone who fears me and does the words of Torah, the entire wisdom and the whole of the Torah are in his heart. Thus, we must also use faith to have confidence that we can reach the goal and not despair midway and flee the campaign. Rather, we should believe that the Creator can help even a low and ignoble person like myself. It means that the Creator will bring me near Him, and I will be able to attain adhesion with Him. Yet, to acquire faith, fear must come first. As it is related in the introduction of the book of the Zohar, fear is a commandment that contains all the commandments in the Torah, since it is the gate to faith in Him. According to the awakening of one's fear in His guidance, so one believes in His guidance. It ends there. The fear is lest he will lessen the giving of contentment to his Maker. This means that the fear that one should have with regard to the Creator is that perhaps he will not be able to give contentment to the Creator, and not that the fear will concern one's own benefit. It follows that the gate to faith is fear. It is impossible otherwise to reach faith by any other way. And in order to acquire fear, the fear that one might not be able to give contentment to his Maker, then first he must find desire and yearning to bestow. Afterwards he can say that there is room for the fear that he might not be able to sustain the fear. However, one is usually afraid that perhaps his self-love will not be complete, and he does not concern himself with not being able to bestow upon the Creator. By which substance can one be brought to acquire a new quality that he must bestow, and that reception for self is faulty? This is against nature. Though at times one receives a thought and desire that he must abandon self-love, which comes to us by hearing of it from friends and books, it is a very small force, which does not always shine for us, so we can constantly appreciate it and say that this is the rule for all the mitzvot in the Torah. Thus, there is but one counsel. If several individuals come together with the force that it is worthwhile to abandon self-love, but without sufficient power and importance of bestowal to become independent without outside help, if these individuals annul before one another, and all have at least potential love of the Creator, even though they cannot keep it in practice. But then, by joining the society and annulling oneself before it, they then become one body. For example, if there are 10 people in that body, it then has 10 times more power than a single person does. However, there is a condition. When they gather, each of them should think that he has now come for the purpose of annulling self-love. It means that he will not consider how to satisfy his will to receive now, but will think as much as possible only of the love of others. This is the only way to acquire the desire and the need to acquire a new quality called the will to bestow. And from love of friends, one can reach love of the Creator, meaning wanting to give contentment to the Creator. It turns out that only in this does one obtain a need and understanding that bestowing is important and necessary. And this comes to him through love of friends. Then we can talk about fear, meaning that one is afraid that he will not be able to bestow contentment to the Creator. And this is called fear. Hence, the primary basis upon which the building of sanctity can be erected is the rule of love thy friend. By that, one can acquire the need to bestow contentment upon the Creator. After that, there can be fear, meaning fear of perhaps not being able to give contentment to the Creator. And then, when he's actually past that gate of fear, he can come to faith. Because faith is the vessel for instilling the Shekhinah, as it explained in several places. We thus find that there are three rules before us. The first rule is that of Rabbi Akiva, being love thy friend as thyself. Prior to that, there is nothing that provides a person with the fuel enabling him to modify his situation even a bit, as this is the only way to exit from self-love towards love of men, and the feeling that self-love is a bad thing. Now we can come to the second rule, which is the fear. Without fear, there is no room for faith, as Bala Sulam says. Finally, we come to the third rule, which is faith. After all the above-mentioned three rules have been acquired, one comes to sense the purpose of creation, which is to do good to his created beings.
According to what is explained concerning love thy friend as thyself, all the details of the 612 mitzvot commandments are contained in this rule. It is as our sages say. The rest is its commentary. Go study. This means that by keeping the 612 mitzvot, we will be rewarded with the rule, love thy friend, and following that, the love of God. Thus, what does love of friends give us? It's written that by gathering a few friends together, since they each have but a small force of love of others, meaning they can carry out the love of others only potentially. When they implement it, they remember that they have decided to relinquish self-love in favor of love of others. But in fact, one sees that he cannot relinquish any pleasure of the will to receive in favor of another. Not even a bit. However, by assembling a few people who agree that they have to achieve the love of others, when they annul themselves before one another, they are all intermingled. Thus, in each person, there accumulates a great force, according to the size of the association. And then, each can execute the love of others in actual fact. What do the details of the 612 mitzvot give us, which we said are in order to keep the rule, since the rule is kept by love of friends? And we see that in reality, There is a love of friends among the secular too. They too gather in various circles in order to have love of friends. What then is the difference between religious and secular? The verse says, "Nor sat in the seat of the scornful." We must understand the prohibition of the seat of the scornful. If he slanders or speaks idle words, then the prohibition is not because of a seat of scornful. So what does the seat of the scornful give us? Actually, the meaning is that when a few people come together for the purpose of love of friends, with the intention that each and every one will help his friend improve his corporeal state, each anticipates that by having more meetings, they will profit from society and improve their corporeal state. However, after all the meetings, everyone calculates and sees how much they have received from the association for self-love. What the will to receive has gained by that, since they invested time and effort to benefit society. So what have they gained by it? One could probably succeed more if engaged in self-benefit, at least the part of his own efforts. But I entered the association because I thought that through it I would be able to gain more than I could gain alone. But now I see that I have gained nothing.
ועל זה הוא מתחרט ואומר, מוטב היה לי במקום שנתתי
Then one regrets it and says, I would be better off using my own little strength instead of giving my time to society. However, now that I have given my time to society in order to gain more properties through help from the society, I finally realized that not only did I not gain anything from society, I even lost what I could have gained alone.
אלא עוד הפסדתי מה שהייתי יכול להרוויח עם כוחות עצמי. וכשיש מי שרוצה לדבר,
when someone wishes to say that love of friends should be engaged in for the purpose of bestowal, that everyone should work to the benefit of others, everyone laughs and mocks him. It seems to them like a kind of joke. And this is a seat of seculars. It's said about it, but sins is a reproach to any people, and every grace that they do for themselves. Such a society detaches one from holiness and casts him into the world of mockery. This is the prohibition of the seat of the scornful. Our sages said about such societies, disperse the wicked, better for them, and better for the world. In other words, it is better that they do not exist. However, it is the opposite with the righteous. Assemble the righteous, better for them and better for the world. What is the meaning of righteous? It is those who want to keep the rule, love thy friend as thyself. Their sole intention is to exit self-love and assume a different nature of love of others. And although it is a mitzvah that should be kept, and that one can force oneself to keep, love is still something that is given to the heart, and the heart disagrees with it by nature. What then can one do to make love of others touch the heart? This is why we were given the 612 mitzvot. They have the power to induce a sensation in the heart. However, since it is against nature, that sensation is too small to have the ability to keep love of friends de facto. Even though one has a need for it. Hence, now he must seek advice on how to actually implement it. The advice for one to be able to increase his strength in the rule, love thy friend, is by love of friends. If everyone is nullified before his friend and mingles with him, they become one mass, where all the little parts that want the love of others unite in a collective force that consists of many parts. And when one has great strength, he can execute the love of others. And then he can achieve the love of God. But the condition is that each will annul before the other. However, when he is separated from his friend, he cannot receive the share he should receive from his friend. Thus, everyone should say that he is nothing compared to his friend. It is like writing numbers. If you first write 1 and then 0, it is 10 times more. And when you write 00, it is 100 times more. In other words, if his friend is number 1, then the 0 following it, it is considered that one receives from his friend 10 times more. And if he says that he is double 0 compared to his friend, he receives from his friend 100 times more. However, if it is to the contrary, and he says that his friend is 0 and he is 1, then he is 10 times less than his friend, 0.1. And if he can say that he is 1 and he has 2 friends who are both 0s compared to him, then he is considered 100 times less than them, meaning he is 0.01. Thus, his degree lessens according to the number of 0s he has from his friend. Yet, even once he acquires that strength and can keep the love of others in actual fact, and feels his own gratification as bad for him, still, do not believe in yourself. There must be fear of falling into self-love in the middle of the work. In other words, should one be given a greater pleasure that he is used to receiving, although he can already work in order to bestow with small pleasures and is willing to relinquish them, he lives in the fear of great pleasures. This is called fear, and this is the gate to receive the light of faith, called the inspiration of the Shekhinah, divinity, as it is written in the Salam commentary, by the measure of fear is the measure of faith. Hence, we must remember that the matter of love thy friend as thyself should be kept because it is a mitzvah, since the Creator commanded to engage in love of friends. And Rabbi Akiva only interprets this mitzvah that the Creator commanded. He intended to make this mitzvah into a rule by which to be able to keep all the mitzvot because of the commandment of the Creator, and not because of self-benefit. In other words, it is not that the mitzvot should expand our will to receive, meaning that by keeping the mitzvot, we would be generously rewarded. Quite the contrary. By keeping the mitzvot, we will reach the reward of being able to annul our self-love and achieve the love of others, and subsequently, the love of God. Now we can understand what our sages said about the verse. V'samtem, place them. It comes from the word sam, potion, as well as placing. If granted, it is a potion of love, life. If not granted, it is a potion of death. Not granted means that one engages in Torah and Mitzvot to multiply self-love, so the body would acquire possessions in return for its work. If granted, one's self-love is nullified, and he aims to receive a reward that is the strength for love of others. By this, he will reach the love of the Creator, that his only wish will be to give contentment to the Creator.
Which keeping of Torah and Mitzvot purifies the heart? Question: does keeping Torah and Mitzvot in order to receive reward purify the heart too? Or our sages said, I have created the evil inclination, I have created the spice of Torah. This means that it does purify the heart, but is it so when one aims specifically at not receiving reward? Or does it also purify the heart if one works in order to receive reward? Answer: in the introduction to the book of Zohar, it is written, when one begins to engage in Torah and Mitzvot, even without any intention, meaning without love and fear, as is appropriate when serving the king, even in Lo Lishma, the point in one's heart begins to grow and show its activity. This is so because mitzvot do not require intention, and even actions without intention can purify one's will to receive, but in its first degree, called still. And to the extent that one purifies the still part of the will to receive, one gradually builds the 613 organs of the point in the heart, which is the still of Nefesh Kedusha. Thus we see that observing Torah and Mitzvot, even lo lishma, purifies the heart. Is the path of observing Torah and Mitzvot in order to not be rewarded meant only for a chosen few, or can anyone walk this path of observing everything in order to not be rewarded, by which they will be rewarded with dvekut, with the Creator? Answer. Although the will to receive for oneself alone emerged and came to be at the thought of creation, being given a correction that the souls will correct it, to being in order to bestow, meaning observing Torah and Mitzvot will turn our will to receive to be in order to bestow. This is given to everyone without exception. For everyone was given this remedy, and not necessarily a chosen few. But since this is a matter of choice, some advance more quickly, and others more slowly. But as it is written in the introduction to the book of Zohar, in the end, everyone will achieve their complete perfection, as it is written, "He that is banished be not an outcast from him." Still, when beginning to learn to observe Torah and Mitzvot, one begins in lo lishma. This is because man is created with a will to receive, hence he does not understand anything that does not yield him self-benefit, and he will never want to begin to observe Torah and Mitzvot. It is as the Rambam wrote, sages said, one should always engage in Torah, even lo lishma, because from lo lishma one comes to lishma. Hence, when teaching children and women and the populace, they are only taught to work out of fear and to receive reward. And when they gain knowledge and acquire wisdom, that secret is revealed to them bit by bit. They are accustomed to it calmly until they attain Him and serve Him with love. Thus we see from the Rambam's words that everyone should achieve lishma, but the difference is in the timing. Question: if a person sees and feels that he is treading a path that leads to lishma, should he try to influence others so others would tread the right path too, or not? Answer: this is a general question. It is like a religious person examining a secular person. If he knows that he can reform him, then he must reform him. Then he has to reform him due to the mitzvah, "Thou shalt surely rebuke thy neighbor." Similarly, in this case, it can be said that you should tell your friend about the better way that one can go, provided your intention is only the mitzvah. But there are many times when a person rebukes another only for the purpose of dominating and not in order to rebuke thy neighbor. And we learn from the above that everyone's desire that the other will tread the path of truth has created disputes between Orthodox and secular, between Lithaim and Hasidim, and among the Hasidim themselves. This is because everyone thinks that he is in the right, and everyone is trying to persuade the other to tread the right path.
One should always sell the beams of his house. Rabbi Yudah said, Rav said, one should always sell the beams of his house and put shoes on his feet. We should understand the precision about the beams of one's house and the great importance of shoes, to the point that it is worth selling the beams of his house for it, meaning to have the ability to put shoes on his feet. We should interpret it in the work. The beams of his house, korot, comes from the word mikre, an incident, an event, meaning everything that a person experiences in his home. And since we perceive man by two discernments, by knowledge, meaning with the intellect, and by feeling, emotion, meaning what we feel in our hearts, whether we are happy or, God forbid, unhappy. These incidents that we experience evoke questions in our everyday lives. This applies between a person and his creator, and between a person and his friend. Between a person and the creator means that he has complaints that the creator is not satisfying all his needs. In other words, the creator should fulfill what the person thinks he needs, because the rule is that the conduct of the good because the conduct of the good is to do good. And sometimes he complains as though he feels the opposite, that his situation is always worse than that of others, who are at a higher degree than he is. It follows that he is in a state called spies, who slander providence, because he doesn't feel that delight and pleasure in his life. And it is hard for him to say, only goodness and grace will follow me all the days of my life. Thus, at that time, he is in a state of spies. Our sages said about that, one must bless for the bad as he blesses for the good. Since the basis of Judaism is built on faith above reason. This means not relying on what the intellect compels one to think, say, and do, but on faith in a benevolent higher providence. And precisely by justifying providence, one is later rewarded with feeling delight and pleasure. Baal Sulam gave an allegory about a person who had complaints and demands of the Creator that he wasn't granting all his wishes. It is like a person who is walking on the street with a little child, and the child is crying bitterly. All the people on the street are looking at the father and thinking, how cruel is this man who can hear his son wailing without paying any attention. The child's cries make even people on the street feel sorry for the child. But this man, who is his father, doesn't. And there is a rule, as a father has compassion on his children. And the child's cries made people go to his father and ask, "Where is your mercy?" Then his father replied, "What can I do if my son, whom I keep like the apple of my eye, demands of me to give him a pin so he can scratch his eye because he has an itch in his eyes? Can I be called cruel for not granting his wish? Or is it for mercy that I will not give it to him so he will not poke his eye and remain blind forever. Therefore, we must believe that everything that the Creator gives us is for our own good. Although we must pray, just in case, that the Creator will lift these troubles from us. However, we must know that the prayer and the granting of the prayer are two separate issues. In other words, if we do what we must, then the Creator will do what is good for us, as with the above allegory. It is said about that, and the Lord will do that which seems good to him. The same principle applies to a person and his friend, meaning that he should sell the beams of his house and put shoes on his feet. In other words, a person should sell the beams of his house, meaning all the incidents that his house experienced in regards to love of friends. One may have questions and complaints about his friend, since he is working devotedly in love of friends, yet he sees no response on the part of the friends that would help him in any way. And they are all behaving not according to his understanding of how love of friends should be, meaning that each one will speak to his friend in a respectable manner, as it is among distinguished individuals. Also, regarding actions, he sees no action on the part of the friends that he can look at in relation to love of friends. Instead, everything is normal, as it is among ordinary people who still did not have an interest in coming together and deciding to build a society where there is love of friends, where each cares for the well-being of the other. Thus, he now sees that there is no one to look at who engages in love of friends. And since he feels that he is the only one who is walking on the right path, and he is looking at everyone with contempt and scorn, and this is called spies, that he's spying on his friends to see if they are behaving properly toward him in regards to love thy friend. And since he constantly hears that the friends are preaching all day long that love of friends is the most important, he wants to see if they say what they do. And then he sees that it is all lip service. And he finds that even in speaking, there is no love of others. And this is the smallest thing in love of others. In other words, if he asks someone a question, he answers him offhandedly, indifferently, not in the way one answers a friend. As if he's, rather it is all cold, as though he wants to get rid of him. And don't ask me, if you're thinking about love of others, why are you criticizing if your friend loves you, as though love of friends is established on the basis of self-love? And this is why I want to see what my self-love gained from this engagement. These are not my thoughts. Rather, I truly want love of others. This is why I was interested in establishing this society. So I would see that each and every one is engaging in love of others, so that through it, the little bit of force that I have in love of others would increase, and I would have the strength to engage in love of others more powerfully than I could by myself.
בכוח יותר גדול מכפי שיש לי מכוח עצמי. ועכשיו אני רואה שלא הרווחתי כלום.
And now I see that I have gained nothing, because I see that not even one is doing good. Thus, it would be better if I weren't with them and I hadn't learned from their actions. To that, there is the reply that if a society is established with certain people, and when they gathered, there must have been someone who wished to establish specifically this bunch. Thus, he sorted out these people to see that they were suitable for each other. In other words, each of them had a spark of love of others. But the sparks could not ignite the light of love to shine in each. So they agreed that by uniting the sparks, the sparks would become a big flame. Hence, now too, when he is spying on them, he should overcome and say, as all of them were of one mind that they must walk on the path of love of others, when the society was established, so it is now. And when everyone judges his friends favorably, all the sparks will ignite once more, and again there will be one big flame. It is as Baal Sulam once said when he asked about the covenant that two friends make. As we find in the Torah, and Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them unto Abimelech, and they two made a covenant. And he asked, if the two of them love each other, of course they do good to each other. And naturally, when there is no love between them, because the love has waned for some reason, they do not do good to one another. So, how does making a covenant between them help? He answered that the covenant that they do is not for now, since now, when the love is felt between them, there is no need to make a covenant. Rather, the making of the covenant is done purposely for the future. In other words, it is possible that after some time they will not feel the love as they do now, but they will still keep their relations as before. This is what the making of the covenant is for. And we can also see that although now they do not feel the love as it was when the society was established, everyone must still overcome his view and go above reason. By that, everything will be corrected and each will judge his friend favorably. Now we can understand the words of our sages who said, one should always sell the beams of his house and put shoes on his feet. Shoes, minalim, comes from the word neilat delet, locking of a door, meaning closing. Once a person has spied on his friend, and spied comes from the word rigel, which comes from the word raglaim, feet, he should sell the beams of his house, meaning all that has happened to his house and the connection between him and his friend, meaning the spies that he has who slander their friends. then sell everything. Means remove all the incidents that the spies have brought to him and put shoes on his feet instead. The meaning is that he should lock away the spies as though they no longer exist in the land, and he will shut away all the questions and demands that he has about them. And then everything will come to its place in peace.
We're reading from the writings of Rabash. The article is concerning the importance of society. It is known that one is always among people who have no connection to the work on the path of truth. But to the contrary, always resist those who walk on the path of truth. And since people's thoughts mingle, the views of those who oppose the path of truth cremate those with some desire to walk on the path of truth. Hence, there is no other solution but to establish a separate society for themselves, to be their framework, meaning a separate community that does not mingle with other people whose views differ from that society. And they should constantly evoke in themselves the issue of the purpose of society, so they will not follow the majority, because following the majority is our nature. If the society isolates itself from the rest of the people, if they have no connection with other people in regards to spiritual matters, and their contact with them is only on corporeal matters, they will not mingle with their views, since they have no connection in matters of religion. But when a person is among religious people and begins to converse and argue with them, he immediately mingles with their views. Their views subconsciously penetrate his mind to such an extent that he will not be able to discern that these are not his own views, but what he received from the people he connected with. Therefore, in matters of work of the path of truth, one should isolate oneself from other people. This is because the path of truth requires constant strengthening, since it is against the view of the world. The view of the world is knowing and receiving, whereas the view of Torah is faith and bestowal. If one strays from that, he immediately forgets all the work of the path of truth and falls into a world of self-love. Only from a society in the form of they helped every man his friend does each person in society receive the strength to fight against the view of the world. Also, we find the following in the words of the Zohar: when a person dwells in a city inhabited by evil people, he cannot keep the commandments of the Torah, and he does not succeed in the Torah. He relocates and uproots himself from there and plants himself in a place inhabited by good people, with Torah and with Mitzvot, commandments. This is because the Torah is called tree. As it is written, she is a tree of life to them that lay hold upon her. And man is a tree, as it is written, for the tree of the field man. And the mitzvot in the Torah are likened unto fruits. And what does it say? Only trees which thou knows that they are not trees of food, them thou may destroy, cut down, destroy from this world, and cut down from the next world. For this reason, one must uproot himself from the place where there are wicked, for he will not be able to succeed there in Torah and Mitzvot, and plant himself elsewhere among righteous, and he will succeed in Torah and Mitzvot. And man, whom the Zohar compares to the tree of the field, suffers like the tree of the field from bad neighbors. In other words, we must always cut down the bad weeds around us that affect us. And we must also keep away from bad environments and from people who do not favor the path of truth. We need a careful watch so as to not be drawn to follow them. This is called isolation. When one has thoughts of the single authority called bestowal, and not public authority, which is self-love. This is called two authorities, the Creator's authority and one's own authority. Now we can understand what our sages said. Rav Yehuda said, Adam HaRishon was heretic, as it is written, and the Lord called unto man and said unto him, Where art thou? Where has thy heart gone? In Rashi's interpretation, heretic refers to the tendency towards idol worship, and in the commentary of Etz Yosef, it is written, when it writes, where has thy heart gone? It is hearsay, as it is written, that ye gone not about after your own heart. This is hearsay, when his heart leans towards the other side. But all this is very perplexing. How can it be said that Adam Rishon was inclined towards idolatry? Or according to Etz Yosef commentary, that he is in the formas that he go not about your own heart, is it heresy? According to what we learn about the work of God, that it is solely about the aim to bestow. If a person works in order to receive, this work is foreign to us, for we need to work only to bestow. And he took everything in order to receive. This is the meaning of what he said, that he failed in go not about after your own heart. In other words, he could not take the eating from the tree of knowledge in order to bestow, but receive the eating from the tree of knowledge in order to receive. This is called heart, meaning the heart wishes only to receive for self-gratification. And this was the sin of the tree of knowledge. To understand this matter, see the introduction to the book Panim Masbirot. And from this we can understand the benefits of society. It can introduce a different atmosphere, one of working only in order to be. So,
Rabash, sometimes spirituality is called a soul. We must understand why spirituality is sometimes called a soul. As it is written, body and soul. Sometimes spirituality is called soul, nefesh, as in, and you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, your nefesh. Usually, when speaking of spirituality, we speak of its highest discernment, which is neshama, so that one will know that a high degree has been made ready for him, which is neshama, to evoke in his heart the desire to achieve it and to think, what is the reason that he has not achieved it yet? Then he will come to know that all we need in order to attain spirituality is equivalence of form. The body is born with the nature of self-love, which is disparity of form from the Creator, whom we attain as only giving. Thus, one should cleanse one's body and come to equivalence of form, so he too will want to do things that are only to bestow. By that, he will be able to reach this high degree called neshama, for this is the next degree after the body.
מה שאין כן, כשמדברים בסדר העבודה, אז אחר מדרגת גוף הולכת מדרגת נפש. לכן,
But when referring to the order of the work following the degree of the body comes the degree of nefesh. This is why the writing says, and you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. For this is the next degree after the body. This is why it says, with all your heart, and subsequently, with all your soul. In other words, one must be willing to give everything he has to the Creator. But afterwards, if he obtains a higher degree, meaning ruach, and then neshama, he should still be willing to give everything to the Creator. But the text begins with the first degree that comes after the body.
All that a man has, he must give to the Creator. This means that he does not do anything for his own benefit. Rather, everything is for the sake of the Creator. This is considered that all his deeds are only to bestow, while he is completely inconsequential. Rather, everything is for the sake of the Creator. Now you can understand what is written in the Zohar. With all your soul, he asks. It should have said, in your soul. What is with all your soul? Why does it say with? He replies, that it comes to include nefesh, ruach, neshama. This is with all your soul, where all means what the nefesh grips. From this we see that the Zohar interprets that all that the Torah adds to us as coming to tell us that nefesh and ruach are included in the neshama. However, it deliberately begins with nefesh, since after the body comes the nefesh. But when we speak of spirituality in general, we refer spirituality as neshama, as it is written, and he blew into his nostrils the neshama, soul or breath of life. To obtain the degree of naran, nefesh ruach neshama, we must go by the path of bestowal and try to come out of self-love. And this is called the path of truth, meaning that by doing so, we will achieve the quality of truth that exists in His providence, who behaves towards us with quality of benevolence. This is called the Creator's seal is truth. This means that the objective of the work of the Creator, meaning His work in creating the worlds, which is to do good to His creations, is that man must reach the Creator's quality of truth. Man will know that he has reached his completeness after he has attained the guidance of the Creator as benevolent. Whether he has abundance, but also he should see that others have abundance too, meaning see that everyone has complete abundance. This is presented in the introduction of the 10 Sefirot, the fourth discernment of love, which is unconditional love, is eternal. This is because after he has judged the whole world favorably, the love is eternal and absolute. There cannot be covering and hiding in the world, because there it is a place of complete disclosure of the face. As it is written, your teacher will no longer hide himself, but your eyes will see your teacher, since he already knows all the Creator's dealings with all the people in the form of true providence that appears from his name, the good who does good to the good and to the bad. It therefore follows that if one reaches complete perfection, he attains his true state. However, there are preliminary degrees before that. As it is written in the introduction to the study of the 10 Sefirot, that the first discernment is a repentance from fear. It is written about it that the first degree of attainment of the disclosure of the face, meaning attainment and sensation of providence, of reward and punishment, in a way that he who knows all mysteries will testify that he will not turn back to folly, is called repentance from fear. At that time, his sins become mistakes for him, and he is called incomplete righteous or medium. However, according to the above, there is another sign that one is walking on the path of truth, the state of negation. In other words, even though he sees that now he is in a worse state, that is, before he began to walk on the path of truth, he felt closer to Kedusha, holiness, whereas now that he's begun to walk on his path, he feels more remote. But according to the known rule, holiness is increased, not decreased. There rises the question, why now that he is walking on the path of truth, does he feel that he is regressing instead of progressing? As it should be if he is walking on the path of truth. At the very least, he should not decline from the previous state. The answer is that there must be absence before there is presence. This means that first there must be a kli, a vessel, which is called a lack, and then there is will, and then there will be room to fill the lack. Therefore, first one must go forward and bring himself closer to the truth each time. In other words, each time he goes forward, he sees his situation, that he is immersed in self-love. And each time, he should see more clearly that self-love is bad, because self-love is what hinders us from reaching the delight and pleasure that the Creator has prepared for us.
because this is what separates us from the Creator. Accordingly, we can understand that what a person thinks that he is regressing now that he has begun on the path of truth, he must know that this is not so. Rather, he is advancing towards the truth. Previously, when his work was not based on bestowal and faith, he was far from seeing the truth. But now, he must come to feel the evil within him. As it is written, "There shall be no strange God within you." Our sages said, "Who is the strange God in a man's body? It is the evil inclination." In other words, within a person, the will to receive is his very evil. And then, when he has achieved the recognition of evil, he can say that he is going to correct it. It turns out that prior to attaining his evil to an extent where he couldn't tolerate it any longer, there was nothing to correct. Thus, he has indeed gone a long way forward in the truth to see his real situation. And when a person sees the evil in himself to an extent that he cannot tolerate it, he begins to seek advice for how to come out of it. But the only advice for a man of Israel is to turn to the Creator, so he will open his eyes and his heart and fill it with sublime abundance. As our sages said, he who comes to be purified is aided. Then, when he receives help from the Creator, all the lacks will be filled with the light of the Creator, and he begins to rise on the degrees of holiness, because the need has already been prepared within him by coming to see his true state. Hence, now there is room to receive his completeness. And then a person begins to see how each day, according to his work, he rises ever upwards. However, we must always awaken what the heart forgets, what is needed for the correction of the heart. Love of friends, whose purpose is to achieve love of others. This is not a pleasant thing for the heart, which is called self-love. Hence, when there is a gathering of friends, we must remember to bring up the question, meaning everyone should ask himself how much we have advanced in love of others and how much we have done to promote us in that matter.
Learning Bestowal. Explaining the matter of bestowal. When a person serves someone whom the world regards as important, the important person doesn't need to reward him for his service. Rather, the very service of an important person is regarded by him as though he has rewarded him. This means that if one knows that he is an important person, he already enjoys the service and doesn't need further reward for his service. Instead, the service itself is his pleasure. But if he is serving an ordinary person, he takes no pleasure in the service and must be rewarded for the service. This means that if he does that same service for an important person, he needs no reward. If, for example, an important person comes by plane, carrying a small suitcase, Many people are waiting for his arrival, and the important person gives his suitcase to someone to take it to the car that will take him home. For this service, he wants to give him, say, $100. He will certainly refuse to receive from him, because the pleasure he derives from his service is more than the $100 he is giving him. But if he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't serve him even for money. Instead, he would tell him, "There are porters here. They will carry your suitcase to the car. As for me, it is beneath me to serve you. Rather, this is the porter's job. They will be happy to serve you if you pay them." It follows that in this same action, there is a difference and a significant distinction, not in the act, but for whom he does it. If he is doing it for an important person, it depends only on the importance of that individual in that person's eyes, meaning what he feels about that person's greatness. It doesn't matter if he understands that he is an important person, or if others around him say that he is an important person. This already gives him the strength to serve him without needing any reward. According to the above, we should understand the true intention of the one who is serving the important person. Is his intention to enjoy serving him, since he considers it a great privilege? Or is it because he takes great pleasure in serving him? From which source does the pleasure of serving the important person come to him? He doesn't know. However, he is seeing something natural, that there is great pleasure involved here, so he wants to serve him. In other words, is his aim that this is an important person, which is why he wants that person to enjoy? Or does he want to serve him because it gives him joy? Meaning, if he could have the same pleasure that he takes in serving him through some other means, would he relinquish this service? Since he only wants to serve him because he feels that here he could find a good feeling, and this is why he serves him. The question is whether the service is because he wants the important person to feel good. The pleasure that he derives from serving him is only a result. But his aim is not for himself, but only for the important person to feel good. Or is he, in fact, not considering the important person, but all his calculations are about how much pleasure can he derive from it? And if we asked, does it matter with which intention he is working? The answer is that we should know what vessels of bestowal mean. There are three discernments we find in an act of bestowal. 1. He engages in bestowal upon others, whether with his body or with his money, in order to be rewarded for it. In other words, the service itself is not enough to give him pleasure. Instead, he wants to be given something else in return for it. For example, he wants to be given honor in return for his work in bestowal. For that, he has the strength to work. But if he weren't confident that he would receive honor in return for it, he wouldn't do what he does for others. 2. He engages in bestowal upon others and does not wish to be given any reward for his work, meaning another thing, something else. Rather, he settles for performing acts of bestowal. It is in his nature to enjoy doing good to others, and this is his whole pleasure. Certainly, this is a greater degree than the first, since from here we see that he does things with the aim to do good to others. We should call it bestowing in order to bestow. However, if we look a little deeper and scrutinize his true intention in giving to others, does he do all those deeds because he wishes to enjoy? Meaning for self-love? Since by his nature he enjoys acts of bestowal. Or is his aim that he enjoys others having good things? In other words, is he enjoying others having a good mood? And this is why he tries to do good to others, so that they would be in high spirits and enjoy their lives. And if by chance he sees that there is another person, and that person would succeed more than he in doing what he wishes to do for his townspeople, would he relinquish his pleasure in performing acts of bestowal and try to have the other person do it? Indeed, if that person who engages in acts of bestowal without wanting any reward for his work could make the concession of having the other person do these things for his townspeople, although he knows the other person is more competent, we still cannot call this bestowing in order to bestow. Since at the end of the day, self-love is his determining factor. 3. He is working in order to not receive any reward. And even if he sees that there is another person who is more competent, he relinquishes his pleasure in giving to others and cares only for the well-being of the others. This is called bestowing in order to bestow. Thus, there is a broad scrutiny that must be made here about his real intention, whether he wants high spirits for himself, and this is why he serves him, or is he aiming to give high spirits to the important person? To understand the above distinction, we can understand the matter by a person picturing for himself that he is a very important person, and this is why he wishes to delight him. So he would be in high spirits, and this is why he wants to serve him. But during the service that he does for him, he himself is in high spirits and feels elated. Now he feels that all the pleasures he would feel in his life are nothing compared to what he is feeling now, since he is serving the most important person in the world. And he has no words to describe the contentment he derives from wanting to make that important person be in high spirits. Now he can scrutinize himself, meaning, what is his aim in wanting to give contentment to the important person? Is he caring for his own good, meaning that he wants to delight him because it would give him high spirits? Or is he aiming only for the important person to enjoy? So the important person will have high spirits, and he has a great desire to serve him only because of the greatness of that person. Thus, although during the service he feels the great pleasure that is derived during the service, still, if he knows that there is someone who would give more contentment to the important person if he were to serve him, he concedes his own pleasure, which he can feel during the service. Instead, he wishes wholeheartedly for the other to do this service, because it would give him more contentment than if he were to serve him. It therefore follows that if he agrees to concede his service, even though he experiences great delight from his service, and yet, to benefit the important person and make him more content, he relinquishes it, because he's not thinking of himself, but only of the benefit of that important person. This is considered that he has no intention of self-benefit. Instead, it is all in order to bestow, and he has no consideration of himself. At that time, he has the complete scrutiny, for he cannot deceive himself, and this is called complete bestowal. However, we should know that one cannot achieve this on his own. Rather, it is said about that, man's inclination overcomes him each day and seeks to kill him. As it is said, the wicked watches the righteous and seeks to slay him. And if the Creator did not help him, he would not overcome it. As it is said, the Lord will not leave him in his hand. This means that first one must see if he has the strength to come to be able to act with the aim to bestow contentment upon the Creator. Then, when he has already come to realize that he cannot achieve it by himself, that person focuses his Torah and Mitzvot on a single point, which is that the light in it reforms him. That this will be the only reward that he wants from the Torah and Mitzvot. In other words, the reward for his labor will be for the Creator to give him this strength called the power of bestowal. There is a rule that one who makes an effort, meaning cancels his rest, it is because he wants something, since he knows that without labor he will not be given, so he must toil. For this reason, a person who exerts to keep Torah and Mitzvot must certainly be missing something. And this is why he exerts in Torah and Mitzvot, to obtain what he wishes for through it. Accordingly, one must pay attention and contemplate what he wants. What is the reward he wants for his work before he begins his work in serving the Creator? Or put simply, what is the reason that compels him to engage in Torah and Mitzvot? Then, when he determines what he needs, for which he must toil, a person begins to think very hard until it is difficult for him to know what he really wants. This is why many people cannot determine the real goal when they begin to contemplate the purpose of their work. Instead, they say, why should we tire ourselves with scrutinizing? Instead, they work without any purpose and say, we are working for the next world. And what is the next world? Why should we think about that? We only believe that it's good and settle for that. When we receive the reward of the next world, then we'll know what it is. Why should we get into scrutinies?
Only a few that say that there's a matter of dvekut, adhesion with the Creator, and that to achieve dvekut they must achieve equivalence of form, meaning, as He is merciful, you too are merciful. And then he begins to try to achieve equivalence of form, that all his actions will be in bestowal. For only then the restriction and concealment that exist in the world are removed from him, and he begins to feel the kedusha, holiness. But when he begins to reach the degree of bestowal in his work, he sees that he is very far from it, that he has no desire for a thought, word, or deed that he will have the ability to aim in order to bestow. And then he doesn't know what to do to obtain the power of bestowal. And each time he adds effort, he sees that this whole matter is far from him. In the end, he realizes that it is not humanly possible that he will ever reach it. At that time, he realizes that only the Creator can help him, and only then does he understand that he must engage in Torah and Mitzvot in order to achieve reward, and the reward for his labor will be for the Creator to give him the power to bestow. This is the reward he hopes for, since he wants to achieve dvekut with the Creator, which is equivalence of form, meaning bestowal. This is the only reward he hopes for, that through his toil in Torah and Mitzvot, he will be given what he cannot obtain by himself, and instead he needs another to give him. It is like labor in corporeality. Since one cannot obtain money by himself, he works, and in return he is paid money. Likewise in spirituality, what he cannot obtain by himself, he needs someone to give it to him. So this is what we call reward. Therefore, when a person wishes to achieve the quality of bestow, because he wants to achieve dvekut with the Creator, and he cannot obtain this quality, but needs the Creator to give it to him, that which he wants to be given is called reward. And since there is a rule that if one wants reward, he must make an effort and work, he keeps Torah Mitzvot to be given this reward, which is called the power of bestowal, meaning to exit self-love and receive a desire to have the strength to engage only in love of others. This is the meaning of one should always engage in Torah and Mitzvot in lo lishma, not for her sake. From lo lishma, one comes to lishma, for her sake, because the light in it reforms him. Thus, through the labor in Torah and Mitzvot to achieve lishma, he will achieve the degree of lishma by laboring first. This is why he is rewarded with the light in it, which reforms him, and it is considered that he was given the power of bestowal from above. However, we should ask, why does he first need to exert himself and afterwards be given the light of Torah? Why is he not given the light of Torah immediately, so it will reform him instantly? Also, why exert and toil for nothing and waste time for nothing? Wouldn't it be better if he were given the light in the beginning of his work, meaning that he would immediately receive the light and would immediately begin work in Lishma? The thing is that there's no light without a kli, a vessel, and a kli means a desire. In other words, when a person has a need, and craves to satisfy that need, it is called a kli. Only then, when he has a kli, meaning desire for some fulfillment, can he be said that he is given the filling, and he is content with the feeling that he was given, since this is what he craved. Reward is considered a fulfillment when the craving receives. Moreover, the measure of importance of fulfillment depends on the measure of craving, and by the measure of his suffering, to that extent one enjoys fulfillment. For this reason, it is impossible to give a person light that he will reform him when he has no desire for it whatsoever. This is because reforming means that he will lose the power of self-love and receive the power of love of others. If a person has no desire to exit self-love, and he is told, do some work, and in return you will have no desire for self-love, he does not regard it as a reward. On the contrary, he thinks that for the work he did for the owner, he should have rewarded him in return for his labor. But in return, he is giving him something very bad, and so much so that he would lose all the self-love in an instant. Who would agree to that? For this reason, one must study in Lo Lishma, so that through it the body will assist him. Since a person is willing to give up a small pleasure to receive a great pleasure, but by nature one is incapable of imagining pleasure unless it is based on self-love. Therefore he is told that he will be rewarded for engaging in Torah and Mitzvot. This is not a lie, for he will certainly be rewarded. In other words, he is told that for his effort in Torah Mitzvot, he will be rewarded. And this is the truth, since he will indeed be rewarded, but reward will change. For example, a father tells his child, if you are a good boy, I will buy you a toy car, a plastic car. Afterwards, the father goes abroad and returns several years later. The son is already grown, and he comes to his father and tells him, Dad, before you went abroad, you promised me a plastic car. So his father goes and buys him a real car. One can travel great distances. The son is already clever and understands that now it is not the time for a plastic car, but for a real car. Is this considered a deception by his father? Of course not. Instead, now the boy sees that when he was a child, he could only understand a trifle reward. Here too, he begins with a trifling reward called Lo Lishma, meaning he is waiting to be rewarded with something that is worthless compared to the real reward that he will receive, being rewarded with Lishma, which is the Kli, in which one can receive the delight and pleasure that the Creator wishes to impart. Those are the real pleasures. It follows that by telling him to work in Lo Lishma, meaning to receive a reward, this is true, meaning that when he aims in order to bestow, he will be rewarded too. The only falsehood is in the actual reward. While a person is in Lo Lishma, he thinks that he will be given a different reward, and the Kli that receives it is called self-love. But afterwards, when a person grows, he begins to understand that the kelim, vessels that actually receive the reward, are the vessels of bestow, that it is precisely through those kelim that the real delight and pleasure is received. At that time he feels that he is the happiest man on earth. But the reward he wished to receive while he was in Lo Lishma could only be a reward suitable for a little boy. Thus, when teaching to receive reward and pleasure for one's work in Lo Lishma, it is not considered a lie, since he did not lose anything by his reward being exchanged for a greater reward. We should only explain that Lo Lishma, meaning this reward, is not the real name, as he thinks. Instead, the reward has a different name than what he thought. However, a reward remains a reward, and the reward is not changed. Only the name of the reward is changed, from a false and imaginary reward to a true reward. From all the above, it follows that the main thing a person needs in return for his toil in Torah and Mitzvot is for the Creator to give him the vessels of bestowal, which one cannot obtain by himself, because they are contrary to nature. However, this is a gift from above that he is rewarded and will always wait for the time when he can give contentment to the Creator. And since this is the reward that he awaits, this is called his reward. To understand the above, we should look in general preface to the Tree of Life, where it is written, the root of darkness is the Masach, in the Kli of Malchut. And the root of the reward is rooted in the reflected light that comes out of a Zivug De'aka. There he offers the root to what he sees in the world, that everything that we see in the world is a branch that extends from the root, from the upper worlds. He says there, the root of labor that a person feels in this world extends from the root of the Masach in the Kli of Malchut. This means that the Kli that the creatures have is called a desire to receive pleasure, which the Creator created because of his desire to delight his creatures. Hence he created in the creatures a desire to receive pleasure in the upper sefirot. This is called Malchut. Afterwards we learn that there was a tzimtzum, restriction. This means that one does not want to be a receiver because he wants equivalence of form with the Creator. Hence a rule was made in Kedusha, in holiness, that nothing is received unless there is an aim to bestow. This is the meaning of correction of the Masach, the screen. Since we are speaking of the upper lights, not wanting to receive light is called Masach. It is like a person who places a curtain or a veil when the sun shines too brightly and he doesn't want to receive the sunlight, so that the sun will not shine into the house. Hence, when speaking of the upper lights, although Malchut had a great desire and a craving to receive the light of pleasure, she still relinquished the pleasure, not receiving it because she wanted equivalence of form. This is called labor, meaning doing something against her will, preventing herself from receiving the pleasure. In the corporeal world too, when a person must give up some pleasure, it is considered an effort. For example, if a person enjoys rest, and for some reason must give up his rest and do something, is called labor. He also shows us how when the corporeal world's branch receives a reward where it is rooted in the upper worlds, He shows us that the root of reward extends from the reflected light, the desire to bestow that comes out of the zivug daka that occurred between the upper light and the masach and aviyut. He writes, the clothing reflected light comes out as a result of two forces. In spirituality, a zivug daka means that if two things are opposite to one another, it is regarded as haka'ah, striking. This means that on one hand, one truly wants that thing because he sees that it will give him immense pleasure. But on the other hand, he overcomes and does not receive it because he wants equivalence of form. Indeed, there are two desires here. One, one's desire to receive pleasure, and two, his desire for equivalence of form. And of those two, a new thing is born, called clothing, reflected light. With this force, he can later obtain the upper abundance, because this reflected light is the appropriate kli for reception of the bounty. In other words, with this kli he has two things. One, he receives the pleasure that is found in the upper abundance, which comes from the thought of creation to do good to his creatures. Two, at the same time he finds himself in equivalence of form, which is the second discernment that he has upon receiving of the abundance. From all the above we see that the whole reward is only reflected light, which is a power of bestow that the lower one receives from the upper one, which he calls reflected light, meaning what the lower one gives to the upper one. This means that the abundance that initially came from the Creator is called direct light, as it is written, God created man straight. It is, as we learn, that the thought of creation was to do good to his creations, meaning for the lower ones to receive abundance, and this is called straight. But the receivers of the abundance wish for equivalence of form, hence we have a correction called reflected light. This means that the receiver of the abundance does not receive it because he wishes to enjoy, but because he wishes to give to the upper one. In other words, as the upper one wishes for the receiver to enjoy, the receiver of the abundance aims to return pleasure to the giver, meaning for the upper one to enjoy the fulfillment of his thought. It therefore follows that the reward is primarily the reflected light, meaning the power of bestow that the lower one receives from the upper one. But we should still understand why we say that the kli, which is called the power of bestow, is the whole reward. After all, reward implies something that is received. We say, I work for the pay. Or we say that the purpose of creation is to do good to his creations, meaning that they will receive a reward. And here we say that the reward is the power of giving. And what do we understand? That the reward should be for a person to be imparted with attaining godliness and the secrets of the Torah and so on. But why is he saying that the reward is obtaining the power of giving, meaning the power of bestow? Moreover, he is telling us that this extends from the upper light, called reflected light. This is a known rule, that the cow wants to nurse more than the calf wants to suckle. It therefore follows that the Creator wishes to give to the creatures more than the creatures wish to receive. So who is inhibiting? We must remember that Tzimtzum occurred so that the creatures would have equivalence of form. This is a correction to prevent the bread of shame, which extends from our root, because the Creator is about bestowal and not reception. For He has no needs, and there is no such thing as reception in Him. Thus, according to the rule that exists in our nature, that each branch wishes to resemble its root, when the lower one must carry out an action that is not present in the root, he feels unpleasantness. It follows that one does not need to do anything to receive abundance, which is the light and pleasure, since the Creator wants to give to the creature more than the creature wants to receive. However, the creature has no kli in which to enjoy the pleasures that he will be given due to the shame. It follows that the only reward we need is the kli, which is called the power of bestowal. Thus, all we need are kelim, plural of kli, and not lights. This is why the reward is primarily the power of bestowal. However, to obtain that kli called desire to bestow, we need a desire, meaning to feel that we need this kli. This is why we must first engage in Torah Mitzvot and lo lishma. And this is our labor, to see that everything we do is for self-benefit, without any intention to bestow. And then we see that we need the power of bestow, and we want a reward for our work, that the Creator will give us this reward, the desire to bestow. And when we have that power, we will be able to receive the delight and pleasure that is already available, and for which we don't need to work at all, because the Creator gives it. But for a person to rise from degree to degree, he must acquire the power of bestowal each time, and then nothing else is missing.
Concerning the importance of the friends in a society and how to appreciate them, meaning with which kind of importance everyone should regard his friend. Common sense dictates that if one regards one's friend as being at a lower degree than one's own, he will want to teach him how to behave more virtuously than the qualities he has. Hence, he cannot be his friend. He can take the friend as a student, but not as a friend. And if one sees one's friend as being at a higher degree than his own, and sees that he can acquire good qualities from him, then he can be his Rav, but not his friend, his teacher, but not his friend. This means that precisely when one sees one's friend as being at an equal degree to one's own, one can accept the other as a friend and bond with him. This is so because a friend means that both parties are in the same state. This is what common sense dictates. In other words, they have the same views and thus decide to bond. Then both of them act towards the goal that they both wish to achieve. It is like two like-minded friends who are doing business together to achieve a profit. In that situation, they feel that they have equal powers. But should one of them feel that he is more competent than the other, he will not want to accept him as an equal partner. Instead, they would create a proportional partnership according to the strength and the qualities that one has above the other. In that state, the partnership is a 33 or 25% partnership, and it cannot be said that they are equal in the business. But with love of friends, when friends bond to create unity among them, it explicitly means that they are equal. This is called unity. For example, if they do business together and say that the profits will not be distributed equally, is this called unity? Clearly, the business of love of friends should be when all the profits and possessions that the love of friends yields will be equally controlled by them. They should not hide or conceal from one another, but everything will be with love, friendship, truthfulness, and peace. But in the essay, A Speech for the Completion of the Zohar, it is written, the measure of the greatness comes under two conditions. One, to always listen and receive the appreciation of society, to the extent of their greatness. Two, the environment should be great. As it is written, in the multitude of people is the king's glory. To accept the first condition, each student must feel that he is the smallest among the friends. And then he will be able to receive the appreciation of the greatness from everyone. This is so because the greater one cannot receive from the smaller one, much less be impressed by his words. Only the lower one is impressed by the appreciation of the greater one. And for the second condition, each student must extol each friend's merit as though he were the greatest in the generation. Then the environment will affect him as a great environment should, since quality is more important than quantity. It follows that in the matter of love of friends, they help each other, meaning it is enough for everyone to regard his friend as being of the same degree as his own. But because everyone should learn from his friends, there is the issue of Rav, teacher, and disciple. For this reason, he should consider the friends as greater than himself. But how can one consider one's friend greater than himself when he can see that his own merits are greater than his friends? That he is more talented and has better natural qualities? There are two ways to understand this. One, he's going with faith above reason. Once he has chosen him as a friend, he appreciates him above reason. Two, this is more natural, within reason. If he has decided to accept the other as a friend and works on himself to love him, then it is natural with love to see only good things. And even though there are bad things in one's friend, he cannot see them. As it is written, love covers all transgressions. We can see that a person may see faults in his neighbor's children, but not in his own. And when someone mentions some faults in his children, he immediately resists his friend and begins to declare his children's merits. And the question is, which is the truth? After all, there are merits to his children, and hence he is upset when others speak of his children. The thing is this, as I had heard from my father. Indeed, each person has advantages and disadvantages. and both the neighbor and the father are telling the truth. But the neighbor does not treat the other's children like a father to his children, since he does not have the same love for the children as the father does. Hence, when he considers the other's children, he sees only the children's faults, since this gives him more pleasure. This is because he can show that he is more virtuous than the other, because his own children are better. For this reason, he sees only the other's faults. What he sees is true, but he sees only things he enjoys. But the father, too, sees only the truth, except that he regards only the good things that his children have. He does not see his children's faults, since it gives him no pleasure. Hence, he is saying the truth about what he sees in his children. And because he regards only the things that can please him, he sees only the virtues. It turns out that if one has love of friends, the rule in love is that you want to see the friends' merits and not their faults. Hence, if one sees some fault in one's friend, it is not a sign that his friend is at fault, but that the seer is at fault, meaning that because his love of friends is flawed, he sees faults in his friend. Therefore, now he should not see to his friend's correction. Rather, he himself needs correction. It follows from the above said that he should not see to the correction of his friend's faults, which he sees in his friend, but he himself needs to correct the flaw he has created in the love of friends. And when he corrects himself, he will see only his friend's merits and not his faults.
Of Rabash, article The Agenda of the Assembly 1. In the beginning of the assembly, there should be an agenda. Everyone should speak of the importance of the society as much as he can, describing the profits the society will give him, and the important things he hopes society will bring him, which he cannot obtain by himself, and how he appreciates the society accordingly. It is, as our sages wrote, Rabbi Shamlai said, one should always praise the Creator and then pray. Where did we get that from? From Moses, as it is written, and I besought the Lord at that time. It is also written, O Lord God, thou hast begun. And it is written, let me go over, I pray thee, and see the good land. And the reason we need to begin with praising the Creator is that it is natural that there are two conditions when one asks for something of another. One, that he has what I ask of him, such as wealth, power, and repute as being wealthy and affluent. Two, that he will have a kind heart, meaning a desire to do good to others. From such a person, you can ask for a favor. This is why they said one should always praise the Creator and then pray. This means that after one believes in the greatness of the Creator, that he has all sorts of pleasures to give to the created beings, and he wishes to do good, then it is pertinent to say that he is praying to the Creator, who will certainly help him. since he wishes to bestow, to do good. And then the Creator can give him what he wishes. Then also the prayer can be with confidence that the Creator will grant it. Similarly, with love of friends, at the very beginning of the assembly, when gathering, we should praise the friends, the importance of each of the friends, to the extent that we assume the greatness of the society. To that extent, one can appreciate the society, and then pray, meaning that each one should examine himself and see how much effort he is giving to the society. Then, when he sees that he is powerless to do anything for society, there is room for prayer to the Creator to help him and give him strength and desire to engage in love of others. And afterwards, each one should behave the same as in the last three of the 18 prayer. In other words, after having pleaded before the Creator, the Zohar says that in the last three of the 18 prayer, one should think as though the Creator has already granted his request and he has departed. In love of friends, we should behave the same. After examining ourselves and following the known advice of praying, one should think as though his prayer has been answered, and rejoice with the friends, as though all the friends are one body. And as that body wishes, and as the body wishes for all its organs to enjoy, we too want all our friends to enjoy now. Hence, after all the calculations, comes the time of joy and love of friends. At that time, each one should feel happy, as though one has just sealed a very good deal that will earn him a lot of money. And it is customary that at such a time he gives drinks to the friends. Similarly, here, each one needs for his friends to drink and eat cakes, etc., because now he is happy. So he wishes that his friends will also feel good. Hence, the dispersion of the assembly should be in a state of joy and elation. This follows the way of a time of Torah and a time of prayer. A time of Torah means wholeness, when there are no deficiencies. This is called right. As it is written, at his right hand was a fiery law. But a time of prayer is called left, since a place of deficiency is a place that needs correction. This is called the correction of the kelim, vessels. However, in the state of Torah, called right, there is no room for correction. And this is why Torah is called a gift. It is customary to give gifts to a person you love. And it is also customary not to love one who is deficient. Hence, at the time of Torah, there is no room for thoughts of corrections. Thus, when leaving the assembly, it should be as in the last three of the 18 prayer. And for this reason, everyone will feel wholeness.
We are reading from Rabash, Social Writings, on page 60. You stand today, all of you. The interpreters ask about the words, you stand today, all of you, your heads, your tribes, your elders, and your officers, every man of Israel. It begins with the plural form, you, which is plural in Hebrew, and ends in singular form, every man of Israel. The author of the book Light and Sun explains that by using plural form and singular form, it points to the matter of love of friends. Although among you are heads, tribes, etc., still no one sees greater merit in himself than in any man of Israel. Instead, everyone is equal in that no one complains about the other. For this reason, from above too, they are treated accordingly, and this is why great abundance is imparted below. It is our way to study everything within one subject. It turns out that a person should take upon himself the burden of the kingdom of heaven as an ox to the burden and as a donkey to the load, which are mind and heart. In other words, all of one's work should be in order to bestow. Accordingly, if one works in order to bestow and does not wish for any reward in return, except to serve in the holy work, without hoping to be given any addition to what he has no wish even for additional work. In other words, receiving some knowledge that he is walking on the right path is certainly a just demand. And yet he relinquishes even that because he wishes to go with his eyes shut and believe in the Creator. And what he can, he does, and he is content with his lot. And he even feels that there are people who have some understanding of the work of the Creator, while he sees that he is completely empty. In other words, many times he feels a good taste in the work, and at times he feels that he is in a state of your heads. In other words, at times he thinks that now he has reached a degree where it is impossible that he will ever decline to a state of lowliness. A state where if he wishes to engage in the work of God, he has to make great efforts to force his body. At that time, what he does is by compulsion, because he has no desire for the work, and the body only wishes to rest and does not care for anything. Instead, at that time, he feels that he has already come to know for sure that there is nothing else in the world except to work in order to bestow. And then he certainly finds good taste in the work. And when he regards his previous states, he cannot understand now that he is in a state of ascent. Hence, by all calculations, he decides that now it is impossible that he will ever suffer a decline. But sometimes, after a day, an hour, or a few minutes, he descends to such a state of lowliness that he cannot immediately feel that he has fallen from his uplifted state to the depth of the great abyss. Rather, at times, after an hour or two, he suddenly sees that he has fallen from the highest level, meaning from his previous certainty that he was the strongest man, and he is like any man of Israel, meaning like an ordinary person, that he now begins to seek advice in his heart. What should I do now? How can I pick myself up to the state of gadlut, greatness or adulthood, that I had before? At that time, one should walk on the path of truth to say, my current state, being in utter lowliness, means that I was deliberately thrown from above to know if I truly wish to do the holy work in order to bestow, or if I wish to be God's servant, because I find it more rewarding than other things. Then, if one can say, now, I want to work in order to bestow, and I do not want to do the holy work to receive some gratification in the work. Instead, I will settle for doing the work of holiness like any man of Israel, praying or taking a lesson on the daily portion, and I don't have time to think with which intent I study or pray, but I will simply observe the actions without any special intent. At that time, he will re-enter the holy work, because now he wishes to be God's servant without any preconditions. This is the meaning of what is written, "You stand today, all of you," meaning everything you went through, all the states you have experienced, whether states of gadlut or states of less than gadlut, which were considered intermediate or so. You take all those details and you do not compare one degree to another, because you do not care for any reward, but only for doing the Creator's will. He has commanded us to observe mitzvot and to study Torah, and this is what we do, like any common man of Israel. In other words, the state he is in is right now. In other words, the state he is in right now is as important to him as when he thought he was in a state of gadlut, of greatness or adulthood. At that time, the Lord your God makes you this day. This means that then the Creator makes a covenant with him. In other words, precisely when one accepts his work without any conditions and agrees to do the holy work without any reward, which is called unconditional surrender, this is the time when the Creator makes a covenant with him. Baal HaSulam explained the matter of making a covenant when two people see that they love each other. They make a covenant between them that their love will always endure. And he asked, if they love each other and understand that this love will never leave them, why this covenant? Why do they make this covenant, meaning for what purpose? In other words, what do they gain by this making of a covenant? Is it only a ritual, or is it for some benefit? He said that the matter of making a covenant is that now they understand that it is in their interest for each to love the other, because of reasons that they can now see, that each one feels the other and cares only for his well-being, so they make a covenant. And as now, neither has any complaints against his friend, or they would not make the covenant. They tell each other, it is worthwhile for us to make a covenant once and for all. In other words, if there is ever a state where one will have complaints against the other, they will both remember the covenant that they made when love was revealed between them. Similarly, even though they currently do not feel the love as they did then, they still evoke the old love and do not look at the state that they are currently in. Instead, they go back to doing things for each other. And this is the benefit of the covenant. Thus, even when the love that was between them has lost its fancy, because they made the covenant, they have the strength to reawaken the shining love that they had before. In this way, they usher each other back into the future. It follows that making the covenant is for the future. It is like a contract that they sign that they will not be able to regret when they see that the ties of love are not as they were, that this love gave them great pleasure while they were doing good to each other. But now that the love has corrupted, they are powerless, and none can do anything for the other. But if they wish to do something for their friends, they must consider the making of the covenant that they had before. And out of that, they should rebuild the love. It is like a person who signs a contract with his friend, and the contract connects them so they cannot part from one another. It follows that you stand today, all of you. In other words, he thinks of details, your heads, your tribes, your elders and your officers, every man of Israel. This means that of all the high degrees that he had, it is now considered for him that he is in a state of every man of Israel. And he assumes that state, as when he was in a state that he considered good. He says, now I do my part, and I agree that the Creator will give me what He wants, and I have no criticism. At that time, he is rewarded with making a covenant. In other words, the connection remains forever, because the Creator made a covenant for all eternity.
On the top. According to the above, we should interpret the verse, the secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the things that are revealed belong to us and to our sons forever, that we may do all the words of this law. We should understand what this verse comes to tell us. We cannot say that it comes to tell us that we do not know what is hidden and only the Creator knows. We cannot say that because without the verse, we do not know what is hidden from us. Thus, what does the verse come to tell us? It is known that there is a thing that is hidden and a thing that is revealed. It means that the active part of what we do is when we can see whether or not we are doing it. And if the body does not wish to perform the mitzvah, there is a tactic. One can force oneself, meaning that he is compelled to do the mitzvah against his will. It turns out that coercion is relevant with revealed things. The hidden thing is the intention in the mitzvah. This one cannot see, meaning what the other one intends while doing. It is the same with the person himself, the one who acts. He too cannot know unless he lies to himself while doing. He thinks that he has no other goal and that he is completely dedicated to the Creator. But with the action, called the revealed part, it is irrelevant to speak of a person lying to himself, that he thinks that he is wearing tefillin, when in truth it is not tefillin. Similarly, a woman cannot lie to herself, saying that she lights the Sabbath candles, when in fact she isn't. But with the intention, it can be said that one lies to himself. He thinks that he is working lishma, when in fact he is entirely in lo lishma. Also, there cannot be coercion, because one cannot coerce one's thought into thinking what he wants to. Regarding things that belong to emotion or knowledge, a person is powerless. He cannot force his mind to understand differently than it does, or feel differently than how he feels. Now we can understand the above matter, that all that is left for us is the practical part. This is called the things that are revealed belong to us and to our sons forever, that we may do all the words of this law. We are commanded to perform the action, meaning it is the deed that we are commanded to do, even coercively. But for the intention called the hidden part, in that no man has any view or governance. Thus, what should we do to keep the hidden part as well? Here, all that one can do is test, meaning examine himself to see if he is truly doing everything in order to bestow, or whether the body resists the aim to bestow. He feels that he is removed from it to the extent that there is nothing he can do alone, since whatever he plans to do, all the tactics to be able to aim in order to bestow, do not help him. It is about that the verse comes to tell us, that this matter of Lishma, called the hidden part, belongs to the Lord our God. In other words, only the Creator can help him, while there is absolutely no possibility that he himself would realize it. It is not in the hands of man, because it is above nature. This is why the verse says, the secret things belong to the Lord our God, meaning that it belongs to Him, that the Creator should provide this force called to bestow. This is why our sages said, man's inclination overpowers him every day and seeks to put him to death. As it is said, the wicked watches the righteous and seeks to slay him. And if the Creator did not help him, he would not overcome it. As it is said, the Lord will not leave him in his hand. The matter of seeking to slay him means that he wishes for man to do everything in order to receive, which is regarded as being separated from the life of lives. Naturally, one remains a beast. This is why our sages said, the wicked are called dead while they are alive. It turns out that it is called death when his intention is to receive. This is considered separation, to be rewarded with dvekut, meaning to be granted the strength to bestow. To have such a thing, only the Creator can give it to him. It is not in man's power to obtain. This is why our sages said, man's inclination overpowers him every day and seeks to slay him. And if the Creator did not help him, he would not overcome it. As it is said, the Lord will not leave him in his hand. From what we explained, we can understand the verse, the secret things belong to our Lord, our God, but the things that are revealed belong to us and to our sons. Thus, only the act is for us to do, but the hidden part is for the Creator to do. However, there is still something for us to do about the hidden, so the Creator will give us the hidden part. This follows the rule that everything requires an awakening from below. There is a rule that there is no light without a kli, vessel, meaning that there is no fulfillment without a deficiency. You cannot insert anything unless there is a vacancy, and then you put in whatever you want. But if there is no cavity, no empty place, how can we insert anything? Therefore, first we should see that we do not have the vessel of bestowal, called desire to bestow. and this is our light. As we explained in previous articles, our primary goal, our primary reward is to obtain the desire to bestow, called reflected light. As it is said, the whole reward that we hope for is the reflected light. Therefore, if the desire to bestow is called the light, then this deficiency, when one sees that he does not have the power to bestow, is called a kli. He feels that this is what he is missing, meaning he sees what he is losing by not having this power called the power of bestowal. Hence, his deficiency is built in him according to his sensation. This is called a kli and a vacancy. For here, where he lacks the power to bestow, there is a room for this filling to enter. This is called the arrival of the light into the kli. However, we should know that receiving this kli requires a lot of work. We have kelim, vessels called deficiencies, which we wish to fill. They are called vessels of self-love, meaning that we wish to receive fulfillment. These are very important kelim because they come from the side of the Creator, who created them existence from absence, because He wishes to do good to His creations, meaning that He wishes to give fulfillment. Yet, how is it possible to give fulfillment if there is no vacancy in which to place the filling? For this reason, He created these kelim, existence from absence, to place the delight and pleasure in them. It turns out that this is the essence of the kli that the Creator created. However, because this kli is called desire to receive, it wished to have equivalence of form, called vekut, adhesion with the Creator. This is why this kli was disqualified from being a kli for reception of the upper abundance. Now there is a need for a new kli for reception, which dresses in the former kli, where only by both, by clothing the will to bestow within the will to receive, will this kli befit reception. The previous kli, called desire to receive, came from the emanator. The lower one has no part in the work of the desire to receive, although everything comes from the emanator. Similarly, the second kli, called desire to bestow, comes only from the emanator as well, and the lower one cannot add, just as in the first kli, called desire to receive. However, the difference is that the vessel of bestowal must first have a demand from the lower one, who seeks of the Creator to be given the new kli. Thus, the first kli did not have. This the first kli did not have because it came to him without any awakening on the part of the lower one.
In Mishnah Avot, Yeshua ben Parchia says, make yourself a Rav and buy yourself a friend. And judge every person favorably. We see three things here. 1, make for yourself a Rav. 2, buy yourself a friend. And 3, judge every person favorably. Therefore, other than making a Rav for oneself, he should also work with respect to the multitude, meaning other than engaging in love of friend, engaging in love of friend is not enough in love of friends. Rather, he needs to consider every person and judge him favorably. And we should understand the different words used here, buy, make, and favorably. Making is a practical thing. This means that there is no mind involved here, only action. In other words, even if one does not agree with the thing he wishes to do, but on the contrary, the mind makes him see that it is not a worthwhile deed, this is called doing, meaning sheer force with no brains, since it is against his reason. Accordingly, we should interpret in relation to the work that the fact that one needs to assume the kingdom of heaven is called an act. It is like putting the yoke on an ox so it would plow the ground. Although the ox does not wish to take this work on itself, we force it nonetheless. Similarly, with the kingdom of heaven, we should also force and enslave ourselves, because it is the Creator's commandment, without any rhyme or reason. This is so because man must accept the kingdom of heaven, not because the body feels that some benefit will come to it as a result, but in order to give contentment to the Creator. But how can the body agree to this? This is the reason why the work must be above reason. It is called make for yourself a Rav, since there should be the kingdom of heaven, because he is great and ruling. As is written in the Zohar, quote, fear is the most important for man to fear the upper one, because he is great and ruling, the essence and the root of all the worlds, and all are of no consequence compared to him. Thus, he is great because he is the root from which all the worlds expand, and his greatness is seen by his actions. And he rules over everything, because all the worlds that he created, both upper and lower ones, are regarded as nothing compared to him, for they add nothing to his essence. Therefore, the order of the work is for one to begin with make for yourself a Rav, and take upon himself the burden of the kingdom of heaven, above logic and above reason. This is called doing, meaning only action, despite the body's disapproval. Afterwards, quote, buy yourself a friend, end quote. Buying is just as when a person wishes to buy something, he must let go of something that he has already acquired. He gives what he's had for some time, and in return purchases a new object. It is similar with the work of God. For one to achieve adhesion with the Creator, which is equivalent to form, as in, quote, as he is merciful, so you be merciful, end quote, he must concede many things that he has in order to buy bonding with the Creator. This is the meaning of buy yourself a friend. Before a person makes for himself a Rav, meaning the kingdom of heaven, how can he buy himself a friend, meaning bond with the Rav? After all, he has no Rav yet. Only after he has made for himself a Rav is there a point in demanding that the body make concessions to buy the bonding that he wishes to give contentment to the Creator. Moreover, we should understand that he has the strength to observe buy yourself a friend to the same extent as the greatness of the Rav. This is so because he is willing to make concessions so as to bond with the Rav to the very same extent that he feels the importance of the Rav, since he understands that obtaining adhesion with the Creator is worth any effort. It turns out that if one sees that he cannot overcome the body, because he thinks that he is not strong enough and was born with a weak nature, It is not so. The reason is that he is not feeling the greatness of the Rav. In other words, he still does not have the importance of the kingdom of heaven. So he has no strength to overcome for something that is not very important. But for an important thing, anyone can concede important things that he loves and receive what he needs. For example, if a person is very tired, goes to sleep at around 11 p.m., if he is awakened at 3 in the morning, of course he will say that he has no energy to get up to study because he is very tired. And if he feels a little weak or has a slight fever, the body will certainly have no power to rise at the time he is accustomed to rising. But if a person is very tired, feeling sick, and went to sleep at midnight, but is awakened at 1 in the morning and told, "There is a fire in the yard. It's about to come into your room. Quick, get up, and you'll save your life in return for the effort you're making." Then he will not make excuses about being tired, mindless, sick. Rather, even if he is very sick, he will make every effort to save his life. Evidently, because he will obtain an important thing. The body has the energy to do what it can to get what he wants. Therefore, while working on make for yourself a Rav, a person believes that it is, quote, "for they are our lives and the length of our days," end quote. To the extent that he feels that this is his life, the body has enough strength to overcome all the obstacles, as is written in the allegory. For this reason, in all of man's works, in studying or in praying, he should focus all his work on obtaining the greatness and importance of the Rav. Much work and many prayers should be made on that alone. In the words of the Zohar, this is called raising the Shekhinah or divinity from the dust, which means raising the kingdom of heaven, which is lowered to the dust. In other words, one does not place an important thing on the ground, while something that is unimportant is tossed to the ground. And since the kingdom of heaven, called Shekhinah, is lowered to the very bottom, it is said in the books that before every spiritual action one must pray to raise the Shekhinah from the dust. This means that we should pray that we will regard the kingdom of heaven as important and that it will be worthwhile exerting for it and raising it to its importance. Now we can understand what we say in the Rosh Hashanah prayer. Quote, "Give the glory of God to your people," end quote. This seems quite perplexing. How is it permitted to pray for honor? Our sages said, quote, "Be very, very humble," end quote. So how can we pray for the Creator to give us glory? We should interpret that we pray that the Creator will give the glory of God to your people, since we have no glory of God, but, quote, "the city of God is lowered to the very bottom," end quote, which is called Shekhinah or divinity in the dust. Also, we do not have real importance in the matter. We do not have real importance in the matter of make for yourself a Rav. Hence, on Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, the time when we take upon ourselves the kingdom of heaven, we ask of the Creator to give the glory of God to your people, for the people of Israel to feel the glory of the Creator, and then we will be able to keep the Torah and commandments in full. Hence we should say, "Give the glory of God to your people," meaning that He will give the glory of God to the people of Israel, This does not mean that he will give the glory of Israel to the people of Israel, but that the Creator will give the glory of God to the people of Israel. For this is all we need to feel the importance and greatness of adhesion with the Creator. If we have this importance, each person will be able to make efforts, and there will be no one in the world saying that he has no strength to save his life, so he wishes to remain dead. If he feels that life is a very important thing, because he can enjoy life. But if a person does not feel that life has meaning, many people choose to die. This is so because no person can experience suffering in his life because it is against the purpose of creation, since the purpose of creation was to do good to his creations, meaning that they would enjoy life. Hence, when one sees that he cannot be happy now, or at least later, he commits suicide because he does not have the goal of life. It follows that all we lack is, quote, make for yourself a Rav, end quote, to sense the greatness of the Creator. Then everyone will be able to achieve the goal, which is to adhere to Him. And we should also interpret the words of Rabbi Yoshua ben Perachia, who says three things. 1. Make for yourself a Rav. 2. Buy yourself a friend. 3. Judge every person favorably in regards to love of friends. It would make sense to think that friendship relates to two people with equal skills and qualities, since then they find it easy to communicate, and they unite as one. And then, quote, they helped everyone his friend, end quote. Like two people who make a partnership, and each invests equal energy, resources, and work. Then the profits too are divided equally among them. However, if one is superior to the other, meaning that he invests more money or more expertise or more energy than the other, the division of profits is unequal too. This is called 1/3 partnership or a 1/4 partnership. Thus, it is not considered a real partnership because one is of higher status than the other. Accordingly, it turns out that real friendship is when each makes the necessary payment to buy his friend. It is precisely when both are of equal status, and then both pay equally. It is like a corporeal business, where both of them give everything equally, or there cannot be a real partnership. Hence, buy yourself a friend, since there can be no bonding when each buys his friend, only when they are equal. But on the other hand, it is impossible to learn from one another if one does not see that his friend is greater than he. But if the other one is greater, he cannot be his friend, but his Rav, or teacher. But he is considered a student. At that time, he can learn knowledge or virtues from him. This is why it is said, quote, make for yourself a Rav and buy yourself a friend, end quote. Both have to exist. In other words, each should regard the other as a friend, and then there is room for buying. This means that each must pay with concessions to the other. Like a father concedes his rest, works for his son, spends money for his son, and all is because of the love.
However,
There, it is natural love. The Creator gave natural love for raising children, so there will be persistence to the world. If, for instance, the father would raise the children because it is a mitzvah, commandment, his children would have food, clothing, and other things that are necessary for children to the extent that a person is committed to keep all the mitzvot. At times, he would keep the mitzvot, and at times, he would only do the very minimum, and his children would starve to death. This is why the Creator gave parents natural love for their children, so there would be persistence to the world. This is not so with love of friends. Here, each one must make great efforts by himself to create the love of friends in his heart. It is the same with and buy yourself a friend. Once he understands, at least intellectually, that he needs help and cannot do the holy work, to the extent that he understands it in his mind, he begins to buy, that is, to make concessions for his friend's sake. This is so because he understands that the work is primarily in bestowing upon the Creator. However, it is against his nature, because man is born with a will to receive only for his own benefit. Hence, we were given the segula, the virtue, by which to go from self-love to love of others, and by that one can arrive at the love of the Creator. Therefore, he can find a friend at his level. But afterwards, making the friend a Rav, meaning for him to feel that his friend is at a higher degree, is something that one cannot see. That his friend is like a Rav, and he is like a student. But if he does not regard his friend as a Rav, how will he learn from him? This is called make, meaning a mindless action. In other words, he must accept, above reason, that his friend is greater. And this is called make, meaning acting above reason. In the essay, A Speech for the Completion of the Zohar, it is written, to receive the first condition, each student must feel the smallest among all the friends. In that state, one can receive the appreciation of the greatness of the Great One. Thus, he's explicitly stating that each one should see himself as the smallest among the students. And yet, how can one see oneself as the smallest of the students? Here, only above reason is pertinent. This is called make for yourself a Rav, meaning that each of them is considered a Rav compared to him, and he is regarded as merely a student. This is great exertion, since there is a rule that the other's deficiencies are always visible, while his own faults are always hidden. And yet, he must regard the other as being virtuous, and that it is worthwhile for him to accept what he says or does, to learn from the other's actions. But the body does not agree to it, because whenever one must learn from another, meaning if he has high regard for the other commits him to labor, then the body revokes the view and actions of the other, because the body wants to rest. Hence it is better for it and more convenient to rule out his friend's views and actions so that it will not have to make an effort. This is why it is called make for yourself a Rav. It means that for the friend to be your Rav, you have to make it. In other words, it is not by reason, since the reason asserts otherwise. And sometimes it even shows him the opposite, that he can be the Rav and the other his student. This is why it is called make, meaning making or doing, and not reasoning. 3. And judge every person favorably. After we said, buy yourself a friend, there remains the question, what about the rest of the people? For example, if a person chooses a few friends from his congregation and leaves aside the others and does not bond with them, the question is, how should he treat them? After all, they are not his friends. And why didn't he choose them? We should certainly say that he did not find virtues in them to make it worth his while to bond with them, meaning he does not appreciate them. Thus, how should he treat the rest of the people in his congregation? And the same applies to the rest of the people who are not from among the people of the congregation. How should he treat them? Rabbi Yoshua ben Pachya says about it, judge every person favorably, meaning one should judge everyone favorably. This means that the fact he does not find merits in them is not their fault. Rather, it is not in his power to be able to see the merits of the general public. For this reason, he sees according to the qualities of his own soul. This is true according to his attainment, but not according to the truth. In other words, there is such a thing as truth in itself, regardless of the one who attains. That is, there is the truth that each attains according to his attainment, meaning that truth changes according to the ones who attain, meaning it is subject to change according to the changing states in the ones who attain. But the actual truth did not change in its essence. This is why each person can attain the same thing differently. Therefore, in the eyes of the public, it could be that the public is just fine, but he sees differently according to his own quality. This is why he says, and judge every person favorably, meaning that he should judge all the others besides his friends favorably, that they are all worthy in and of themselves, and he has no complaints whatsoever concerning their conduct. But as for himself, he cannot learn anything from them because he has no equivalence with them.
Writings of Rabash, Volume 2, Make for Yourself a Rav and Buy Yourself a Friend 2. Considering what we discussed in article number 1, we should elaborate a little. We should discern between A, man and the Creator, B, a man and his friend, and C, a man and the rest of the people who are not his friends, although there is a saying, all of Israel are friends. At one time, we find that the words make for yourself a Rav, a teacher, an important person, and buy yourself a friend are the path of correction. And another time, it is in the words, and judge every person favorably, or to the side of merit. We should understand the difference between make and buy, and the meaning of judging favorably, to the side of merit. We should interpret make as coming to exclude from reason. This is because when reason cannot understand if something is worth doing or not, how can it determine what is good for me? Or vice versa. If reason considers them as equal, who will determine for a person what he should do? Thus, the act can decide. We should know that there are two ways before us: to work in order to bestow, or to work in order to receive. There are parts in man's body that tell him, you will succeed in life if you work in order to bestow. And this is the way you will enjoy life. This is the argument of the good inclination. As our sages said, if you do so, you will be happy in this world and happy in the next world. And the argument of the evil inclination is the opposite. It is better to work in order to receive. In that state, only the force called action, that is above reason, determines not the intellect or emotion. This is why doing is called above reason or above reasoning. And this is the force called faith that is against the intellect. By is within reason. Normally, people want to see what they want to buy. So the merchant shows them the goods, and they negotiate whether or not it is worth the price that the merchant is asking. If they do not think it is worth it, they don't buy. Thus, buy is within reason. Now we will explain the matter of Rav, teacher, and the matter of friend. A friend is sometimes called society, when people come together and wish to bond. This can happen through equivalence of form, by everyone caring in love of others. By that, they unite and become one. Therefore, when a society is established to become a single group, we see that people who consider creating such a society usually seek people who are alike in views and attributes, whom they can see as more or less equal. Otherwise, they will not accept them into the group that they want to establish. And after that begins the work of love of friends. But if they had no equivalence with the goals of the society from the beginning, before they even entered the society, it cannot be expected that anything will come out of that bonding. Only if there was apparent equality among them before they entered the society, can it be said that they can begin to exert in the work of love of others. Between man and the Creator. Between man and the Creator, the order begins with make for yourself a love, and afterwards buy yourself a friend. In other words, first one must believe above reason that the Creator is great. As written in the Zohar, fear, which is the rudiment, means that one should fear one's master because he is great and ruling. To the extent that one believes in the greatness of the Creator, who is called Rav, or great, he has the strength to give the buy, meaning to buy through conceding self-love in order to achieve equivalence of form called dvekut, adhesion with the Creator. And this is called a chaver, friend, who is in chibur, bonding or connection with the Creator. When buying corporeal things, we must relinquish money, honor, or simply make an effort to obtain it. Similarly, when a person wishes to buy bonding with the Creator, he must relinquish self-love, because otherwise he cannot achieve equivalence of form. When one sees that he is unfit to make concessions to buy the equivalence of form, it is not because he was born with a weak character and hence cannot overcome his self-love. Rather, the fault is in the make for yourself a love, meaning that he is not working on the faith, since he will be able to make concessions according to the importance of his faith in the greatness of the Creator. Moreover, one should know that if he wishes to measure his degree of faith, he can see it in the degree of concessions he can make in self-love. Then he'll know his degree in the work of faith above reason. This applies between man and the Creator, between man and his friend. Between a man and his friend, we should begin with buy yourself a friend, and then make for yourself a Rav. This is so because when a person looks for a friend, he should first examine him to see if he is ready, if he is really worth bonding with. After all, we see that a special prayer has been set up concerning a friend, which we say after the blessings in the prayer, may it please keep us away from an evil person and from a bad friend. This means that before one takes a friend for himself, he must examine him in every possible way. At that time, he must use his reason. This is why it was not said, make yourself a friend, since making implies above reason. Therefore, concerning a man and his friend, he should go with his reason and examine as much as he can if his friend is okay. As we pray each day, keep us away from a bad person and from a bad friend. And when he sees that it is worthwhile for him to bond with him, he must pay in order to bond with him, meaning make concessions in self-love, and in return receive the power of love of others. And then he can expect to be rewarded with love for the Creator too. After he is bonded with a group of people who wish to achieve the degree of love of the Creator, and he wishes to take from them the strength to work in order to bestow, and be moved by their words about the necessity for obtaining the love of the Creator, he must regard each friend in the group as greater than himself. It was written in the book Matan Torah that one is not impressed by the society or takes their appreciation of something unless he regards the society as greater than himself. This is the reason why each one must feel that he is the smallest of them all, since one who is great cannot receive from one who is smaller than himself, much less be impressed by his words. Rather, it is only the smaller one who is impressed through appreciating the greater one. It follows that in the second stage, when everyone must learn from others, there is the matter of make for yourself a love. This is because to be able to say that his friend is greater than himself, he must use making, which is doing without reason, since only above reason can he say that his friend is at a higher degree than himself. Therefore, between man and his friend, The order is to begin with keeping by yourself a friend, and then make for yourself a Rav.
Between a man and every person. The Mishnah tells us, make for yourself a Rav, buy for yourself a friend, and judge every person favorably. We have explained that between a man and his friend, the order is that first you go and buy yourself a friend, and we explained that buying is within reason, and then you must engage in make for yourself a Rav. And between man and the Creator, the order is to first make for yourself a Rav, and then buy yourself a friend. We should understand the meaning of saying that concerning every person, judge favorably. Is this buying or making? According to the above, we should interpret the meaning of and judge every person favorably as making, not buying. For example, assume there are many people in the congregation, and a small group among them decides that they want to unite in a society that engages in love of friends. And let us say, for instance, that there are 100 men in the congregation, and 10 of them decided to unite. We should examine why those 10 specific individuals decided to unite, and exclude others in the congregation. Is it because they find that those people are more virtuous than the rest of the people in the congregation, or because they are worse than the others, and that they must take some action to ascend on the ladder of Torah and fear? According to the above mentioned, we can interpret that the reason those people agreed to unite into a single group that engages in love of friends is that each of them feels that they have one desire that can unite all their views, so as to receive the strength of love of others. There is a famous maxim by our sages: as their faces differ, their views differ. Thus, those who agreed among them to unite into a group understood that there isn't such a great distance between them, in the sense that they recognize the necessity to work in love of others. Therefore, each of them will be able to make concessions in favor of the others, and they can unite around that. But the rest of the people have no understanding of the necessity of work on love of others, hence they cannot bond with them. It therefore follows that when engaging in unity of love of friends, everyone examines the other, his reason and his attributes, to see if he qualifies or is worthy of joining the society that those people decided to allow inside. It is as we pray, keep us away from an evil person and from a bad friend, within reason. It turns out that he prides himself over the rest of the people in the congregation. How is this permitted? After all, it is against an explicit rule that says, Rabbi Levitas, man of Yavne, would say, be very, very humble. Rabbi Yeshua ben Prachia says about that, judge every person favorably. This means that with regards to the rest of the people, he should go above reason, which is called making. That is, acting and not reasoning. This is so because his reason shows him that they are not as suitable as the people to whom he associates himself. And this is what everyone says to himself. Thus, everyone prides himself over the others. The advice for that is what he says, and judge every person favorably. This means that with regard to the rest of the people at the congregation, he should judge them favorably and say that they truly are more important people than himself, and that it is his own fault that he cannot appreciate the greatness and importance of the public, called by our sages every person. Hence, within reason, he doesn't see their greatness, and we said that between a man and his friend there should be buying. However, he must use the making which is above reason, and this is called judge every person favorably.
In the Hanukkah song we say, "Mighty rock of my salvation, to praise you is a delight. Restore my house of prayer, and there we will bring a thanksgiving offering." The song begins with words of praise. To praise you is a delight. And then it begins with words of prayer. Restore my house of prayer. Afterwards, it returns to words of thanksgiving and praise, and there we will bring a thanksgiving offering. Thus, there are three things here, similar to the order of the prayer. 1. The first three of the 18 prayer are praise and thanksgiving. 2. The middle three are please. 3. The last three are praise and thanksgiving once more. Thus, we begin with the present, as it says, to praise you is a delight, meaning we thank and praise you for the good we have received from you. It is, as our sages said, one should always praise the Creator and then pray. The reason is that one who believes that the Creator is merciful and gracious, and that He desires to do good to His creations, has room for prayer. This is why we must first establish the praise of the Creator, meaning a person himself should establish the praise of the Creator. This does not mean that the Creator should see that the person is praising Him, since the Creator doesn't need people. Rather, the person himself should see the praise of the Creator. And then he can ask Him to help him, since his conduct is to do good to his creations. Thus, after he said, to praise you is a delight, comes the prayer. And we say, restore my house of prayer. What is my house of prayer? It means, as it is written, I will bring them to my holy mountain, and I will make them joyful in my house of prayer. My holy mountain, Har, mountain, comes from the word Hirurim, thoughts, or contemplations, meaning that he will bring them thoughts of Kedusha, holiness, that all of their thoughts will be only of Kedusha, and make them rejoice in my house of prayer is man's heart. So there will be a place for the presence of the Shekhinah, divinity, there. The Shekhinah is called prayer, as it is known that Malchut is called prayer, as it is written, but I am all prayer. After restore my house of prayer comes, and there we will bring a thanksgiving offering. It follows that first there is praise, then there is prayer, and then praise once more, like the order of the prayer, which concludes with praise and thanksgiving. But what can one do if he wants to begin with praise, but his heart is closed, and he feels that he is full of faults, and cannot open his mouth and sing and praise? The advice is to go above reason and say that everything is covered or concealed chasadim, mercies. In other words, he should say that everything is chesed, mercy, but it is covered or concealed from him because he is not yet qualified to see the delight and pleasure that the Creator has prepared for his creations. And after he establishes the praise of the Creator, meaning that he believes above reason that everything is good and gracious, he should pray that the Creator will mend his heart to become my house of prayer, which means that the Creator will be revealed there. The mercies of the Creator will appear there. This is called revealed chasadim. And then there we will bring a thanksgiving offering, meaning that he will give thanks for having been privileged with offering, sacrificing the vessels of reception. This is called, there we will bring a thanksgiving offering for having been rewarded with sacrificing his will to receive. In return for it came the will to bestow, which is called the place of the temple. But the important thing is for a person to first have a desire to sacrifice the will to receive. And since the will to receive is the very essence of the created being loves it, and it is very difficult for him to understand that it must be annulled, or else it is impossible to be rewarded with anything spiritual. In corporeality, we see that a person has a desire and efficiency about what concerns him, which comes from inside his own body. And there is a desire that one acquires from the outside, not from himself. In other words, if there were no people outside who begot that desire in him, he would never feel that he needed it. However, people on the outside beget that desire in him. For example, a person alone will still want to eat, drink, and sleep and so on, even when there are no other people around him. However, if there are people around him, there is the matter of shame, where others compel him. Then he must eat and drink what people around him compel him to. This is apparent primarily in clothing. At home, a person wears what is comfortable for him. But when he is among people, he must dress according to the way others see it. He has no choice, since shame compels him to follow their fancies. It is the same in spirituality. A person has a desire within him which comes from himself. In other words, even when he is alone and there are no people around him to affect him or from whom to absorb some desire, he receives an awakening and craves to be a servant of the Creator. But his own desire is probably not big enough for him to not need to enhance it, so he can work with it to obtain the spiritual goal. Therefore, there is a way, just like in corporeality, to enhance that desire through people on the outside, who will compel him to follow their views and their spirit. This is done by bonding with people whom he sees that they also have a need for spirituality. And the desire that those people on the outside have begets a desire in him. And thus, he receives a great desire for spirituality. In other words, in addition to the desire that he has from within, he receives a desire for spirituality that they beget in him. And then he acquires a great desire with which he can reach the goal. Hence, the issue of love of friends is where each person in the group, besides having a desire of his own, acquires desire from the friends. This is a great asset that can be obtained only through love of friends. However, one should take great care not to be among friends who have no desire to examine themselves, the basis of their work, whether it is to bestow or to receive, and to see if they are doing things in order to reach the path of truth, which is the way of nothing but bestowal.
Since only in such a group is it possible to instill the friends with the desire to bestow, meaning that each will absorb a lack from the friends, which he himself lacks the power to bestow. And wherever he walks, he is eagerly searching for a place where perhaps someone will be able to give him the power to bestow. Hence, when he comes into a group where everyone is thirsty for the power to bestow, everyone receives the strength from everyone else. And this is considered receiving strength from the outside in addition to the small power that he has within him. However, opposite that, there is a force from the outside from which it is forbidden to receive any assistance, even though this force, which he can receive from the outside, will give him fuel for the work. And one should be very careful not to receive it. And one needs to take great care, because the body tends to receive strength for the work specifically from other people on the outside. And it comes to a person when he hears that he is said about him, for instance, that he is a virtuous person or a wise disciple or a man with fear of heaven, or when it is said about him that he is a man who seeks the truth. And when a person hears these things, that his work is appreciated, these words give him strength for the work, because he is receiving honor for his work. And then he doesn't need faith above reason and the power of bestowal, meaning that the Creator will help him and that this will be his motivation. Instead, he receives fuel from the externals. In other words, the external ones compel him to engage in Torah and Mitzvot, commandments. And this is the issue of being humble. And one of its reasons is so that there will be no nursing to the external ones. This is why one must walk humbly, as it is written, and to walk humbly with the Lord your God. Because the external ones are people who are outside of him, are outside of him. They nurse on his work by afterwards, meaning after he hears that he is respected, he learns to work for the outer ones and not for the Creator. This is because he no longer needs the Creator to bring him closer to his work, since now he is the operator, because people on the outside give him fuel to study and work for them. In other words, they are the ones who are compelling him to work, and it is not the Creator who compels him to work for him. Rather, others are compelling him to work for them, so they will respect him, etc. It follows that this is similar to working for a foreign god. That is, they order him to work for the reward of respect and the like, which they will give him in return for engaging in Torah and Mitzvot. This means that if they do not know of his work, and he did not see that there is someone who sees and engages in the Torah, there is no one to obligate him to work. And this is called the grip of the external ones. And this is why a person must work in a concealed manner. However, working in a concealed manner is not enough, although it is true that now only the Creator compels him to do the holy work. There must be one more thing. A person must work not in order to receive reward. And this is a completely different matter, because it is against our nature. Because we were created with a nature called the will to receive. But now he must work only in the work of bestowal and receive nothing for ourselves. And for that we must seek out a society where each one believes that we must work to bestow. Since this is a small force within a person, he must look for people who are seeking such powers too. Then, united, each one of them can receive a strength from the others. And this is all that one needs. And the Creator will send him help from above that we may be able to walk on the path of bestowal.
Hello, we are reading in the writings of Rabash, Volume 2, page 196. But the more they afflicted them. You can ask questions at Kabda.tv. Selected questions will be aired throughout the lesson. The writings of Rabash, Volume 2. It is written, but the more they afflicted them, the more they multiplied and the more they spread out, so that they were in dread of the sons of Israel. The meaning of the words, but the more they afflicted them, is that they will multiply and spread to that same extent that they are afflicted. It seems as though it is a condition that there cannot be multiplication and spreading in the work before there is a basis of affliction first. But to understand the above written, we must know our tenet, meaning know what is our essence. As it is explained in the introductions, it is only our will to receive, and certainly, when the will to receive fulfills its wish, that fulfillment is not considered work, since work means that for which one is rewarded. In other words, work is actions that man would avoid, and he does them only because he has no choice, since he wishes to receive some reward. The reward is considered the thing that he craves, and his only desire and wish is for that thing. True craving means that this thing touches his heart so deeply that he says, "I'd rather die than to live if I cannot obtain it." It follows that if he has no affliction or pain for not having what he craves, it is not considered a craving. And his craving is measured by the extent of his suffering. It therefore follows that if one wishes to receive some satisfaction, there must first be a lack. This is so because there is no light without a kli, vessel, and no one can fill it with anything if there is no deficiency. For example, one cannot eat without appetite or enjoy rest without fatigue. Hence, one is not suffering because the Egyptians in his body are afflicting him, unless he does not want to obey them, and wishes to go by a way that displeases them. The root of reception in man is called self-love, and this is regarded as Egypt. There are many nations which are generally called the 70 nations, that are the opposite of Kedusha, holiness, which are the 7 Sefirot, where each Sephirah consists of 10, hence the number 70 nations. And also, each nation has its own unique desire. The Klippa, the shell of Egypt, is a general Klippa. It is where the sparks of Kedusha fell, which the people of Israel who were in Egypt had to correct. Thus, first there must be pain and affliction for not being able to exit their governance. As it is written, "And the children of Israel sighed because of the labor, And they cried, and their cry came up unto God because of the labor. And God heard their groaning. We should be precise about the words because of the labor being written twice. We should explain that all the sighs were from the labor, meaning that they could not work for the Creator. Indeed, their suffering was from not being able to make the work that they were doing be for the Creator, due to the Klippa of Egypt. This is why it is written, because of the labor, twice. 1. All the sighs were not because they were lacking anything. They lacked only one thing, meaning they did not wish for any luxuries or payment. Their only lack, for which they felt pain and suffering, was that of not being able to do anything for the Creator. In other words, they wished that they would have a desire to give contentment to the Creator and not to themselves. But they couldn't, and this afflicted them. This is called wanting to have some grip in spirituality. 2. The second because of the labor comes to teach that, and their cry came up unto God. That God heard their groaning was because their only request was work. This comes to imply to the other because of the labor. It turns out that the whole exile that they felt was only because they were under the rule of the Klippa of Egypt, and they could not do anything to make it only in order to bestow. It is written in the Zohar, Rabbi Yehuda said, "Come and see that this is so." As Rabbi Yehoshua of Sachnin said, as long as their minister was given dominion over Israel, the cry of Israel was not heard. And when then their minister fell, it writes, the king of Egypt died. And promptly, and the children of Israel sighed because of the labor. And they cried, and their cry came up unto God because of the labor. But until then, they were not answered in their cry. For this reason, we can say that if it is not time to dethrone Egypt's minister, there is no room for choice, or for them to repent, and to be able to be redeemed from exile. He says, in those many days, many refers to Israel's stay in Egypt. That is, that the end has come. And since their exile has been completed, what does it say? The king of Egypt died. What does that mean? It means that the minister of Egypt was lowered from his status and fell from his pride. This is why the writing says about him, the king of Egypt died, since decline is regarded for him as dying. As when the king of Egypt, who was their minister, fell, the Creator remembered Israel and heard their groaning. The Zohar asks this question about the verse, in your distress, when all these things come upon you. It means that before everything takes place, it is impossible to achieve perfection. It turns out that you give an excuse, a pretext, that all the things that one should go through can be experienced through suffering. And this is measured by neither time nor quantity of affliction, but by the measure of feeling. We can understand it through an allegory. If a person should make a kilogram worth of labor, which is 1,000 grams of suffering, the reward comes for that as well. As our sages said, the reward matches the pain. This means that the labor that one should exert before he receives the reward is because there is no light without a kli, since there is no fulfillment without a deficiency. And the labor that one gives is the qualification for reception of the need, so that afterwards he will be able to receive the filling in it. Let us say that that person can give the 1,000 grams of deficiency intermittently, which are discernments in quantity and quality. A person can exert for 10 minutes a day, meaning regret his remoteness from the Creator. Or he can regret his remoteness from the Creator 10 minutes a week, or 10 minutes a month. It is similar with the quality of his suffering. When he remembers that he is remote from the Creator, although it pains him, it is not so terrible, and there are things that pain him more, things that he craves. It turns out that in quality, too, one should contemplate. Thus, a person has a choice. Although he must experience the whole process of labor and affliction through the end, until he comes to a state of, and you will return to the Lord your God and listen to his voice. Thus, man has a choice to shorten the time of the process of affliction due to the prolonging of time, which, as we said, is called quantity, and to add in quality, which is the sensation of suffering at being remote from the Creator. But we should know that there is a big difference between quantity and quality in the manner of the work. When considering quantity of time, a person can arrange his schedule, meaning the amount of time he allocates to himself, even by coercion. This means that even though the body does not wish to sit for the whole time of the lesson that he decided on, he must sit for several minutes or hours and regret being remote from the Creator. If he has a strong desire and he is not of weak character, he can sit and keep the schedule he determined for himself, since this is an act, and with actions a person can do things by coercion. But with quality, this is very difficult, because one cannot force oneself to feel differently than he does. If he comes to examine his feelings of pain and suffering at being remote from the Creator, he sometimes comes to a state where he does not care. At that time, he does not know what to do, because he cannot change how he feels. And then he is perplexed. This causes the prolonging of the exile, because it is hard for us to give the necessary quantity, much less the quality. And then he begins to scrutinize the quality of the deficiency. He sees that he feels no pain, that he is seemingly unconscious, unfeeling. And although remoteness from the Creator means not having life, it doesn't pain him that he has no life. Then he has no other choice but to pray to the Creator to give him some life. So he will feel that he is dangerously ill and he needs to cure the soul. And sometimes one comes to a state where he is in such a decline that he doesn't even have the strength to pray for it. Rather, he is in a state of complete indifference. This is called being in a state of still, meaning he is completely motionless. In that state, only his society can help him. In other words, if he comes among friends and does not criticize them in any way, testing if they too have the same obstructions and thoughts but have overcome them, or they just take no interest in introspection, and this is why they can engage in Torah and Mitzvot. How can he be like them? At that time, he cannot receive any assistance from society, because he has no dvekut, adhesion with them at all, as they are too small to be his friends. Thus, naturally, he is not affected by them whatsoever. But if he comes among his friends, not with his head high, thinking that he is wise, and his friends are fools, but rather tosses his pride away and follows the rule, poverty follows the poor. Not only is he in a state of decline and feels no need for spirituality, he also receives thoughts of pride, meaning that he is wiser than all his society. Now let us return to the first question regarding what the Zohar says, and since their exile has been completed, what does it say? The king of Egypt died, since he regards dethroning as death. And since the king of Egypt, who is their minister, fell, the Creator remembered Israel and heard their prayer. It turns out that there is a pretext that no prayer will help before it is due time. Thus, there is nothing that can be done, because the Creator will not hear their prayer. With the above words, we can understand the matters as they are. This is the same issue as our sages described about the verse, I, the Lord, will hasten it in its time. If they are rewarded, I will hasten it. If they are not rewarded, in its time. In other words, when the times come, an awakening from the Creator will come, and through it Israel will repent. It turns out that the choice is in regards to time, as he says in the introduction to the book of Zohar. It follows from all the above that one should not consider the time of redemption, that it is written that before that their prayer was not accepted, because this relates to the time of quantity and quality of suffering, that there is a certain time at which suffering will be completed. However, we can shorten the time. The whole quantity and quality by which the suffering will appear can be shortened in a way that all the suffering will come in a short time, but all the suffering will have appeared there.